Them flip flops again.
Is being conducted April 15, 1994, in the home of his daughter, Janine Hughes, in San Marcos, California. Right? Escondido, California. I wasn't sure which it was. What do you mean?
James Davy was like a lot.
And when were you born?
January the 2nd, 1923. I know you've got Kane, Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania.
Kane, no, Pennsylvania.
Were you an only child?
We got out, we're going, yeah.
No. How many kids?
Marty, that was the first, 8. It's 2 days later,
You're the oldest of 8?
Right.
That must have been good and bad.
He goes away. Yeah.
Yes, it was. Okay, did you listen to me, live all of your early life in Kane?
Yes.
Went to school there?
Yeah, there.
Can you tell me just a little bit about that? Where you graduated from high school?
I graduated from Kane. The left understand, Kane was a very small town in the mountains. I woke up of home, Pennsylvania, in the midst of the Allegheny National Mexican family there. Towns are 30 miles apart. So anybody growing up, American Army, you spent most of your life in the woods. Oh, like any boy, I did 100 fishing. So every would go to school, and that was the end of it. I didn't fish and went to school till I was 17 years old. You know, the age of 17 or during the daytime. I joined the under law of you cannot do National Guard, ancient war, can't have 1940.
Okay, wait a minute. Where did you join the Guard?
Okay.
They had a.
And those, I think that section of the country, they were, well, I don't know, always had been military, you know, like my mother's people was in the same with a guy's company, her brother, and what called in for World War One. And it was just tradition. You went in the Guard. If you're a young boy, you went to join the National Guard.
You were in the same company that your uncle was?
Another era.
That's interesting. Go ahead.
Another era, another generation.
Mm-hmm. Are you, so there's 2 generations that were in that same company, or is it more?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, everybody, probably the whole place, 112 members. Anyhow, but, what happened was, I went in 1940 at the age of 17 and did nothing. So I got out of school, I went in. And then it was probably out close, that was 41.
Very cool.
So the following year in February, before we were at war, they nationalized the National Guard. So I was taken in automatically in February 13th, 1941.
Wait just a minute. Let's okay, Jim, go ahead now.
All right, now, as I said, the that brings us up to in 1940. I joined these guys, the Guard, and that was a kind of a milestone for the United States. I know sooner I joined in February 1940. Then all this pre-war stuff, if you want to read the war, we're going tonight. The war was already going on in Europe, and our army at that time, rate of pride, without prejudice. The United States total army was 100,000 men in the continental United States, Hawaii, and Panama. So the whole total was 100,000 men. Yes.
Without prejudice, it's not on your
record. So our army, the United States Army, had what they called the like Fort Market, not for doing anything. Ogdensburg, they wouldn't let me get away with it. First time in the news in Ogdensburg, New York, on the St. Lawrence River. Well, I'm just a little private. No training, only military training going on. Close order drill at the Army for maybe a couple of months. And away we went. Yeah. This is still while it's in the National Guard. They used it for the summer as part of the First Army. And for example, they had hardly any equipment naturally. However, since this company was M Company, it was a heavy weapons company. In other words, it had machine guns, and we had machine guns. In Kane, so they trained out, so I went. But they had no way to transfer them, they pulled them in cars. Pulled it to that place. So naturally, as a private, 17 years old, that's what my version of my first going in the field. And I was so pleased for 3 weeks doing the, maneuvers of 1940. It was a big deal, made all the papers in the country. First Army maneuvers, hadn't been no maneuvers since World War One. And it was a joke. As far as we were concerned, because actually it was not from one of the better things in the whole army. Officers, high officers, high ranking officers, wasn't a joke, because they wanted to see what they could maneuver, what they could put certain troops in the field and so on. But to me, it was a joke, because the planes, what they had to use for enemy planes was little Viper's cubs, dropped 1 pound sacks of, not even 1 pound sack, half-pound sacks of flour on the ground. That's bombing over your so-called trenches. And anybody got flour on their marks on them with limp counters and it was very.
How long did that training go on?
On it for 3 weeks. And all along the St. Lawrence River. Beautiful. And I know not the first time it was really away from it. It was only 3 weeks and I've been through it. Okay, back from that, with the POE, and then at the point by now it's fall. By training and things got worse in Europe, and they called in the National Guard.
Before Pearl Harbor?
Oh, yes. February 41. Because of all this bloody trip up February. Oh, that's when the one that I want, not from the one. The deal was, I wanted to go all year. And the slogan, sign up today, go away. Back in the year, there was letting people go in the army for 1 year. So that's what they ostensibly, the 28th Division was going at the same time. Well, as it turned out, not to the same outfit. Not everyone knows what happened. But here in the day, they let me out a little bit early. Like him. I got out a little bit early. I don't recall how I did it, but I got out. So, I was too dumb to know that I wasn't discharged. She married me from active New York. So I married Lowell. Lowell and I were sweethearts. And so her and I get married. I'm married in, I got out September the 22nd, 41. And Pearl Harbor was what?
December 7th.
December, not very long, not even a month. It's the outfit don't move out. So we were married, November 22nd. So give me about 10 days. There's not kind of you get ready to go out. No, I'm married 10 days. So and you disappear. Suddenly, telegram comes from the Department of Army ordering me back to duty. As I said, I'm a young peon.
Now you're 18.
Right? Yeah, I don't know what was. I was never really out. I would just be loose from active duty like a furlough. Yeah. Without pay. Now, whoop, now I'm back in. So, I said, okay, but as dumb as I am, we do it. It turned out, have smart. We got a letter to the Department of the Army. Can you imagine? I imagine someone really must have laughed. I got that 26. Who would you write? I wrote Department of the Army. We got back in 25 DC. I'm a peon. Dear sir, I just got married in here, November 22nd. That's a few days after Pearl Harbor.
At
POE, sorry, archive. I must have gotten what it was.
and you don't have permission to.
We're gonna go over the wall later. What are you gonna do? But someone, I'm gonna try to sense of humor, someone I could just hear now and say, what could he just stay home or listen to this? So I don't want to come right, move out. I sent this away back. Believe it or not, comes the telegram back at the bottom. I don't know, several days it says, why decided to do it then? Take 1 year. So here I am again. No, I don't know if anybody ever, I never heard of it. I never told anybody, I never heard anybody doing that. That's what I said. Somewhere, someone had either had a sense of humor or what, or common sense. Because I'll complain. I have all my material. I have my uniform. Yeah. My equipment, my big carriage bag. I have some kind of weird deal over here. So I said, get out of here. I told him, don't agree for this. So here, so that time we were not fire down there. I went to work in Buffalo. He gets in about to work in Buffalo for 2 hours. And he comes to like I worked for J.H. Williams Wrench Cup. Get it Wrench Cup. Yeah, they socket wrench and it's at the top. He's mad up like that. Anyhow, I said, let me give him a tip. Don't go on the train. Right? Go by bus. Lowest spot. The MPs was checking on the railroad and then called back on the railroad now because it's work time. Hadn't been working there since the Detroit. But had seen when I was growing up. That was the deal. I guess you take them with me, go with me. You go. Flatfoot McKenna. He was staying at Lola's, my wife's Lola's father. So he says, now he comes back on and he's kind of a semi because he carried seniority. And he was in Erie, PA. Well, that's about the same distance to legal area. It is from Kane to Erie is after the Buffalo, different states. So I quit the wrench company and went over there to Erie. And for me, it was well. I used to send a message, kind of a brother, blundering, floundering, move. Because I didn't know what I was doing, but evidently her father, he gets me over. And even though I said, well, I'm not going to give me the line, sure. And now it's summertime. You know, and they said, a year, I'll do that. Forget about me. I would get another one. That's all it took. It was very simple. So I suppose someone really used their head and said, all they do is have basic training. He just had basic. I got to get the puzzle in. You see, it made common sense. But someone thought, so let the guy go. We know where he is. We'll call him back. That's because 6 months I've done just what I've done over. Because now they're dragging bodies in. The draft has been drawn on. They're dragging them in from all walks of life. It's all up. Meanwhile, I'm out, but yet I'm in. I'm in, but I'm on the portal without pay. But I'm out. Almost very crazy. All right, now at that point, I just went Christmas Day. Got on the road. I told him, I said, well, car repairman. Yeah, I've had a trouble
At the railroad.
On the railroad. That's on the railroad. He got me on the road. So for a few months that I was doing, all I did was work in the car department. I was a peon there naturally too, but I had a raising, thanks to him, and then they put me on the road. And got me on the road, was working in the car department for the railroad. Well, that's all, I didn't know what, but that's all he really wanted. He never, because he knew that I'd be going to the army. So then I would go on the road, make everything continued all the way in the army. Well, I was over in Europe. I saw
all your benefits.
Oh yeah, and your seniority. His name. So what that stood me in good stead is, I don't know. Double bought reserve. I go and I don't come back. I come back now 4 years later and find out. I have a job. I'm a fire inspector. Fire inspector. How do I know about fire inspector? Because here's where they work. I get up there. When these jobs kept coming up for bid, they put a bid in for you because they assumed if you were there, you would have bid on the job if you're in the army in Canada. So they put my name in. I'd be awarded the job and then furlough. Well, it kept going up, and so this job came up down near Kane, which was a little town. It was actually Ridgeway, 25 miles from Kane, from Mary before. So they put my name in there, saying he was he would bid that in. It's my whole cab and the guy that comes, which I would.
We use
such a deal. Sure, the fact, they looked at it real good. It said San Angelo, Texas. I'm up in New England. Went right in and I went down there. It's getting daylight. So holy God, there. I said, when I come back home, he said, well, you're a fire inspector. I just get out of here. Fire inspector. What do I know about fire inspector? And before I had left, he says, I told the guy that I was coming back. You got 90 days. They have to send a fire inspector. You're awarded a hang on to this bag and set my back, rifle and everything. Because these guys have worked at a chance of 20 years to. I'm only about zero in that right. 23 years I got another shop. But I was and I had all combat gear and everything in that bag. I
I
only
was
see
posted
on my neck, they lied, looking at it. If they wanted to try that job, when they down in that area. So I got the job. So
I asked,
the
there's a
lottery cook come out. It takes 90 days out on this and they had another guy with you. The back porch threw some water out and the sweet.
have a real car.
And I said, hey buddy, I said,
I'm getting paid.
where the hell
does
does another car expect you to go with us?
To the
They gave
boat.
me 90 days, they gave me the
Where's the
examination.
boat? Down
If
that
I
road
passed
there.
the examination.
I said, how long ago?
My God,
Oh, about an hour
and it paid
ago.
good.
And I said, were they walking?
Okay, so now you're,
Yeah.
this is after the war, though,
This
but
is
you're
after the war.
back in where you
You took
established
off
the railroad.
No, I went
Yeah.
down.
Now
Now we're
let's go
just a
back.
side deal.
Yeah, let's go
Okay,
back
now we're going to back. What happened? At
Was
the
it
end of
funny?
the year,
We.
to the Army's furlough year.
Yep, here comes the
Yeah.
telegram.
First
Order
book
make,
by rank, then by
the
rank.
nothing but comes
Yeah,
down,
Lord, last rank. The whole world's on before you.
my business right now.
W. So now they're making a big
Pennsylvania.
light of it. Everybody's in farm,
Cumberland,
nets
PA.
and all that kind of crap on the.
Right now, it's still a
OD shirt.
and it's still a kind of thing. It's still good and it comes.
And so when
Then-
it came, then the
That's right.
words out real fast. This
So
is
I had it all over. I have brown, gold, brown.
the sergeant up there told me, we were December.
That's just bad. They gave you just what it said, a year.
Do something.
Kind of colder than hell. And, I, hitchhiked. So when it come time, they acceptably took me.
Goddamn man.
We didn't have no car. We had a roll.
I gotta be some kind of a troublemaker because all these
down,
taking another guy, his
to-
friend. And right
halfway
away,
down.
5 days later, I'm
And,
wanting to go in.
Well,
But he said, you can't get on it. How, he missed,
mile
he missed the boat.
down that way as far as it
It's,
is.
I'm getting tried for desertion. No way.
Up
you
me
know,
up
no,
along the
like that.
side of the road. I'll never forget that.
Then I walked up to him and said,
My mother was.
how are you gonna do this?
And Lord.
Called a roll for him to get on his boat. He's here.
And my mother was bought there. I can crawl out.
Oh,
I had a bag.
Desertion, what, like hell, I called
The
my.
big old
No,
GI coat.
ain't time for a name. Half an hour more than that.
I was there instantly, you know, in those days.
All right.
You can
Well,
just
so
so
when
when they should get around, for
On
get around in a taxi.
And everybody hitchhiked.
So I'm so tickled that I
was
grabbed my bag and
get there. I didn't stay there 5 minutes. I was on a couple of rides and I'm
I
there.
humped up there.
And I remember going down, listening to this, talking about the turning myself in. I called it on. All I had was his order. He paid there.
I got no money and
It's
I got
$2
$2 and, some change and I go
I
down
remember
there in the
the
blackjack.
The Cumberland Army Depot, and I kept winning. I remember it was colder than hell when I went in. I got a bus
And then
from
you graduate to the bigger
the bus going out there to Cumberland. They got me off here to gate and I had to walk just a short distance, dragging this back. Here, peon, I was down to the gate on, and then asked somebody where
Hey,
he told me, E, I went down.
Because you're down in the bottom of the thing and
Just one of the mob, that's all, that's all it
And-
was. I started over again.
now that's where it's just Pat Jim when I
Where
worked
my
Army
career
cruise
started
ships.
right there, such as it was.
And
And,
Did you take more
I
training
didn't
there?
honestly do
Yeah.
hearing calls.
There at Cumberland?
Oh,
second
not there. I
day,
was sent to,
They called my name.
I was sent to,
Calling my name, I wouldn't answer. I was
sent to
man.
Texas,
You mean you were playing cards and you didn't answer?
Texas.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Oh, and then I went.
Report to so and so.
I went
Right.
To.
Lying all on. I said, what am I gonna do?
Down from Kentucky.
Well, later, they're gonna call me up here to court march me. So what?
Camp down in Kentucky, I got in.
Court march me.
Armor
again.
get
Done with
away
it.
from the regular infantry, what I was.
And
in.
so
In
the
Armor,
next day they called him.
It was Campbell, Camp.
and Canner. It's right outside of Louisville.
Mhm.
Below Louisville, I was at Fort Knox.
2000?
Down with Camp Canner. I only started from there. I got assigned,
Just an hour, never slept, just doze off and back.
one on Tennessee.
Money,
Cruise.
I shove all the money in my pocket
And then
and I hunt them up. Everybody said.
there's where something. By now, I'd had a little time for that. Even though I only had about a year, you know, these are all over. And simply seems like getting promoted. Why say I was doing this? I ended up, I was a sergeant in precinct to Punsa. By the time I got. to
I'll
the
get
front,
you, and you were just living, screaming. It turns out he thought I knew.
naturally
Said you're some kind of a guardhouse lawyer.
Here it comes. So it just evolved and I.
Gamble, when the card came, a real card, and I about to leave.
Pretty decent, what it was.
How long was it before you,
Oh,
so you went back in
I don't
December
know, I must have.
in 43?
Code of Justice, and then 40 minutes with that. Code of Justice were by about 40. court-martialed, and then
outside
to
of
the
the
United States, then
for
then I
anything you
get
did.
signed into this armored outfit.
And so by
We
me
just
not
text-
going up there till the third day,
It's called Camp Barkley.
out on, see, and he thought that I knew
Anyhow,
that.
I didn't know my trouble.
I was just anxious.
We were out on the high seas
I-
and they couldn't court martial.
I was,
And he thought that I knew that. He said,
like I said,
remember this.
I was, as a lifted man, I was,
As a little boy,
hey, I was platoon sergeant, that's pretty high, all you could get.
Right.
Peon,
Always a good guy.
and I was gambling, and I was captain, and I was,
Make a very life, he was a stockbroker crap. You'd never like to.
and here I get involved with some Rita Hayworth's brother.
And it turned out
that, his name was,
Ernest would be, the winner of,
name of my life.
he comes and gets assigned there, like all that,
He's like all of that peons. We're
Let's go
trained.
back to the Wall
He's got,
Street for a minute. Did you say you went up
and that was
to
the year
the
that
casino to
Rita
see his
Hayworth married.
sister?
Oh, yeah.
You saw Rita Hayworth?
Oh, yeah, then I
He
come
was
down and
a
had
guy.
dinner with him at Orchard Mall.
Clarity and
Just,
was a pin.
But Rita didn't
Yeah.
Big deal to have her brother.
And all four of us had dinner there.
well,
The guy,
He
was
did
money,
sometime with it, or we get it up for the money.
he,
Cause he come down
I
and
don't
give
give
me the money back.
pay.
so what did you think of the
So I
dinner?
took his watch.
Oh, I said, what else?
You're secure. And she was he got it from her. She was, and then she was
And it
all
was
over
a
indicators going with solid gold watch. And I didn't sleep. I gobbled my dinner in blue. So
Man, I gotta go.
Payment.
I gotta go. It must be
Did you
500
lend him
miles.
money or did you-
Yeah, well, from the
From
games,
King
you
Fahd.
go all in, and he'd get involved in it, and I'd give him money.
I got to get back, you know, and I'm later on Shanks Mirror buses, but he said, don't
And I guess
train.
from her, well, anyhow,
And
I tell
anyhow,
you,
that's what, that would have never, that gets me over here. I said,
Okay.
see how
You
long
get
you stuff going? You get this dough. I don't care how
Okay,
that.
it's interesting. Now
You
you,
give me that money,
you're
you're
on the
only
ship
I'm
on
gonna
the
send
way
you a
over.
watch.
back to Kane, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and so that was the end of that. None of it, non-eventful.
I
Just
could
like
take
like
that
anybody else.
Yes,
Yes.
talk that day.
I call it non-eventful. But,
So,
you know, when those
convoys,
convoys, you know,
He
when
didn't want his sister to know.
like
you're
everybody,
alcoholic.
that millions,
And his mother sends him.
and I was down, E-hole, bottom of the tank.
Well,
Everybody puked
I get
on
the
me,
money. I
puked
feel
all
bad.
over the place.
She,
stunk.
there was
They
coming
all
all
the time,
the
who
time.
else?
He was a big.
No wonder if you wasn't
Very
gambling,
good.
what were you doing? Stand up, then the people who weren't sick, were sick from the other bond.
I feel sorry for
Guys
guys
upstairs,
Well,
you could not for that, you get out in the deck.
all right, I'll
People
go
actually
buy
shooting
it.
themselves over.
He's a peon.
Oh,
I
I'm,
get off at a pole.
By now.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Doing something.
But
But
I
you
got
can imagine
school
in the first place,
because
I'm not
I'm
going to
tired.
So I'm
gonna take them out.
Then we got
How do you entertain anyone?
a room
You
back
don't.
enough.
There's no place to go.
Got under attack by
You're-
subs out there once.
The place was under
All
barbed
we
wire.
do
You couldn't get
is
in and out
nothing.
because he's out there
Water.
being trained.
Locked up down the
Shipment
whole
overseas.
having a really tree, everybody sitting out and.
And they were getting to the peak where they
Life
were
that you're
ready to go.
Essentially, vomit, that's all I know what you did.
These are all
Gig.
combat ready troops
Oh, yeah,
And they would
All
pass
kids,
booze.
right?
Yeah, buy whiskey.
like yourself.
Cheap jam got whiskey. I'll never forget it. Ken
Were they
High
scared?
whiskey. So
Well,
that
certainly was,
I mean,
but not really because it's a
Cooper
on the house.
was Cooper.
And for some, I was one of the very.
All that crap.
We never threw up.
And yet we still drank it. So I get the money.
Terrible, terrible.
Oh,
I
to make the matter worse,
So what was the,
I told
I
him,
don't know what
then I was gonna take him to the,
if it was good,
You were
go to what I was
if
gonna
you
do.
could drink it, it'd be warm in there.
So where were you headed?
Where are you gonna go? It's
Oh,
winter,
what they
cold
were
out there.
In the staging area.
That must have brought it up to winter of 43.
And so then I got the
Winter, the winter of 43 is when I
Start
went back.
crying right away. Want to get my guns here and then there's no place. You go.
I run down there and, well, he's gonna get dressed up. I run down, take some money, I go up to the rat game.
It's over.
Okay. My God, the instant money.
But if you shoot out, it's about $4,000.
Cleaned up
Up 100 miles.
10 minutes. Grabbed all the money and
Told
told the guy, I put this in my locker and watch this money for me. I gotta send it home.
So they let me do that.
And I put a bundle of it in there, took a.
Oh, and I
big
looked up
roll
a
of
couple
my-
guys from King. I found
I
out.
went down and got this here to my birthday. Went to the game. Now, what entertainment?
Wanted to, out, no, I saw their vehicles.
Other guys couldn't do
And
anything.
getting found out. US Social, I'd stand outside and drink.
You guys
The
didn't know we
dark.
were getting ready for D-Day, did you?
Big deal, big entertainment.
Oh,
sure. We get drinking. Absolutely. Pints in the pocket. That was what was all about. And then that was my deal. I was paying a little interest in sidelines deal. So we go in there, we sit in the back door as usual. I was wrong.
In the USO.
In the USO, they have always a big base there. Lost all this money that I had. That's the USO. All of a sudden, I guess I did send a few bucks home, but then I lost them all. I got very accurate. And so I know her. That's all in private. Yeah. Get out. My friends, there was no training. Get out of here. There was just 2-pack jam with people. Well, the was about if you ever read about her. Good. She's my sister. With all the family and all the millions of Americans now. The dance studio. Because she was dance studio in Hollywood. I danced with her. Bunch. I was ready to go. She's a better girl. I can't. Any train, you better been famous as that. Oh, yeah, I know her too. So and so. And so I'd sleep away. I'd sleep away and I met this guy. I said, "Boy, get this up. Go give us a good date then." Now we're half drunk. He gets up. I mean, walks down the left aisle. Going to the girl. Jammed before I married Laura. It was right behind the curtain. And I keep laughing with him. I'm done with him. And we used to figure the MPs coming together. Right from back. And he was over. I'm sitting. I'm 15 minutes goodbye. The master ceremonies come out. Don't follow this shit. Oh, some of this funny money. I said, no, I need to go over. Introduce it to all the guys that we didn't know already. And I suppose there's not many, maybe not any. This was selling. Rita Hayworth brothers. I danced with them. He says he's still danced with his father's studio with his father on Broadway. And I've danced with got a girl in an English ago in Hollywood. Da 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 da. He said he's that's it. Introduce him and back. I gave him the truck. He was a warrior. Killer. And honest. So I keep sitting there and about telling him near the end of it, I don't want to be part of it. Then at the end of the show, I want to get this when the finale comes on. Yes, we said one. So the English pound note was $5 backstage right now. $5 to the pound. It was near the end of the year. Like that. Cambridge, right?
They're paging you.
Yes, that's true. They got on the to come backstage. Tickets are cotton. So I get up and go back. And going up there. I haven't seen that one. And introduced that thing's going. So I haven't seen since I told him I don't know. He said, I think he's quit my career in the military because, you know, it can only go so far because his girlfriend's getting obviously start checking. And these girls think, who has a girlfriend? This was probably now it's getting more refined. Coats and mixing all kinds of stuff. He goes, it's garbage. So he says, "What you come out with us?" And turned out, you nuts. How do you get out of here? Yeah, we came to the general spot. How do you think we got in here? You guys laid on Long Island, and he never came back. Cover you up with the overcoat. They won't see you. You get out. How we get back? Side for this was same thing. Down at Grove, and we did with all the use of this month. No, I'm in there with the
We
bicycle.
went out in the general car.
With on the bottom of the floor with the two dingy broads, the singer and the dancer. And I got the bicycle, so I know he gives me all this money. Oh, I'm coming to that. I ended up in Mexico, arrested by the Rurales, hauled back. He had to go. Okay, but I'll get off of that story. So now we go on. That's how we got the money. We made it. Now more with we want to get rid of it. And bought that's it. Don't worry about it. And I got all this other money. I can't become to a place. I saw her. See, you know, it's shut down. Honest, just a guy over there. I come out, get out. Dog her up. We're going to take the ride. So I have what? Wandering around over the mountain. Oh, right on my ear. It was in 5. Okay. Now we're all drunk. So I kept it away. Forget that we missed it. Okay. And now the girls are signed. But they knew the town where they was going to go. It was the next show. On down Florida, go to Mexico. Okay. This was around near, I said, what do you mean? It's between Brownwood and MP's. And the other was based on, wow, you can't go in there. You don't say privates can't go in there. Listen, man. But they got the tab so high you can't get in there. Said there's all general officers in there. Forget something.
We go there and the girl,
Town.
and then the girl,
Charity.
they got us in. But, so they reported, they said, no,
That's
this
just
man
give me a
should be
ticket.
active. See, they was under contract.
Did you hear what I
They
said?
brought-
Brought the old.
They were able. So they hid us in their room.
Private.
And so the plan was, well, of course, if there ever was a plan, because you never quite sober.
Correct.
British
In the
generals,
booth? You said it
American
every day?
generals, in the quarters where they stayed. When they were gonna give us short another days. We were, and so they got us in this quarter. And the deal was that we were to stay there till they went, and then they were gonna come back and get us, and then we could get us out of there, talk to the guy. Well, we're in there, we get drinking, again, still drinking. Oh, what it was just goddamn fool. He tells this girl, she's
Okay, now repeat that part. We may have lost it at the end about,
yeah,
you're with the acrobat, right?
yeah, she was with he was with the singer. I had the singer, and he had the one that was the acrobat. So he tells her, do them flip flops again. And I said, yeah. He said, oh, I bet you could do it in here. Oh, no. Gee, put your tights, you got a damn tights on. Don't put your tights on. Goes, thanks, you could hear it all. And then they're giggling and they're laughing. Doc comes in the door. This guy that runs their boss, whoever it is, or whoever's in charge of the USO, he tells them, I know you've got men in that place. Bring them up. No, they wouldn't come out. After we get out, we're going to jail. He's like, nah. Maury in trouble. Well, Maury won't. It's 2 days later, we've been got him out now. Finally, he goes away. And so they were gonna take us out. And instead they joined us. They went with us. Now they're able. Then it just deteriorated. I don't even remember. They're all drunk up, got across the border somewhere. And I woke up with a palm tree at the foot of the bed. And a Mexican standing there, cop, one of the rows. American RBMP. Oh,
And a hangover.
oh. He said, well, you really tore it now. Why? I said, well, you know, Mexico was not at war with that time yet. Under law of you cannot be a nation at war, can't have anybody in uniform in a neutral country who's not at war, all kinds of things. So he said, and I guess we had caused a big disturbance in the night before all this crap. I don't know. I never saw them. What happened to them? And so the guy said, we're taking you back. That's where you're going. I'm hoping they take me to jail. I don't want to go back to going back to the bond.
Well, you went back to Camp Barkley.
And they followed me in the sun. And Evan, that's a cause that really got her. I mean, everybody, probably the whole place talking about it. Well, this company commander, what a good guy. I go in there. I'm expecting really good. So he says, well, really, he says, I hope you had a good time. I said, yeah, I did. He said, I understand there was a couple of lovelies that absconded with government property because they were under contract. Those girls, they're in trouble for breach of contract. And I didn't work, and you know what? I didn't want to know where he was. And so he says, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. He said, these charges, he said, there's charges here that you didn't want to talk about. He said, this business about being in Mexico and all the stuff I've heard. And he says, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do. He says, there's an outfit leaving for overseas tonight. It's a 4th Armored Infantry, 4th Armored Division. He said, I got a buddy over there, captain. He'll take you in his company. Now, if you want to agree to go overseas with him tonight, go overseas, go in that company, he'll take you, and I'll reduce you to the grade of private without prejudice. But they don't say why. Without prejudice. No car marshal, no none. If you want to go.
No.
I says, oh my, yes.
Without prejudice means it's not on your record?
Yeah, just say you're reduced to the grade of private. No reason. Not by court martial, not for doing anything. But no, they wouldn't let me get away with being a sergeant and doing that. And then that way, there's none on your record. And this guy will take you. He's a friend of mine. And he says, they're gone. And he says, so you're going to have combat equipment. I never, I said, as we go, he said, now, tonight, take my Jeep and my driver. He took me let me go to the supply room. Combat gear, brand new rifle. I'll never forget it. A brand new Winchester rifle. Made by Winchester. And the reason I bring that up is because they're made by everybody. Typewriter people, the senior sewing machine people, and everybody else. Anyhow, so I went in the night over to that place, and that was it. And I was so relieved because it was on my record, and I was a private. Now that's not bad because when you go in there, the stripes was torn off, and you can see that you were. And they were very mysterious. What for? I wonder what he did. And then the outfit was very, very well trained outfit. One of the better trained in the whole army because they'd been together from the time that I was. They were first draftees that come in 41, and they'd stayed all together. Now this is 3.5 years. Not many in our army could ever train that long. And incidentally, that was Patton's Third Army, his lead outfit. That's how I got in.
What was it, the 4th Division?
4th Army.
4th Army.
Not to be, yeah, it was General Patton's Spearhead Division, the one he always used to go in the front. And that's how I got in trouble again. But that was not from now on. It's not that kind of trouble. Well, then, so here I go in there, and I didn't mind it at all. I kept thinking, whether I'm going to combat, I'm not charging anybody. Maybe I can get myself, just take care of me. I'll get myself out of this. If I have to move out for these groups, I'll get killed anyhow. This way, I can watch just out for me. I get up to the POE.
What's that?
That's a point of embarkation in the east. You go by train in the night. I'm getting there Christmas. So I get in. Oh, that guy owed me money.
Who?
Casino again. Because of all this on his trip, I'm giving him his dough. From the bundle that I want, not what from the stuff that I wanted in a crack game and all that stuff. I keep that, blew that. I could have sent it to Lola.
Well, he's gone now.
That's what I mean. Yeah. So what happens? I get to the POE. Holy Christ, there he is in another company. Because they found out, well, if they took me like that, they better do the same to him. So he went not to the same outfit, but not in the same company. I see him there. Holy Christ. Holy Christ, I could have killed him. I'm a peon like him. And there we are in a POE. And so pretty soon he says to me, she married Orson, Yeah, they're in New York now. We're close to New York. We get out of here. And she said, I'll get you that money. Get the hell out of here. You got me enough trouble already. Church like we think. Besides, the only gamble I'd be taking is if the outfit don't move out. Get on the boat. Now it would be treason. AWOL is not kind of AWOL. If you're getting ready to go on a boat, you're at the port of embarkation and you disappear, right? I kept thinking, hell, I could get that money. I could get up the game for Christmas. Spend Christmas Day and right back. I hadn't been home for over a year. Since 42 or something. Yeah. Pretty soon all of a sudden I decided I would. So I said, okay, but I said, no, we do this, when we get in there, we gotta be on a third day. The day after Christmas, I'll be back on the 26th. Cause we gotta get back in here by the 27th. Cause I won't be there one of more 3 days, cause it's eminent, we're in here.
But wait a minute, I don't, you're there at the,
POE, guard, barbed wire, machine guns.
and you don't have permission to leave.
No, we're gonna go over the wall. What are you gonna do? Bust me again? I'm a private already. The only difference is what could they do to them? Except if they would move out before I get back. Now I could be kind of a deserter. Now that's serious business. So I decided to do it anyhow. So here I am again in the night. We go over the wall, snowing to beat hell. Must have been 2 days before Christmas. Go over the wall, again, over the barbed wire fence, and I get out without incident. He's coming behind me, gets his coat caught on the barbed wire fence, his long GI overcoat. They turn the lights on, start screaming. They don't fool around. So I said, get out of here, and I pull him, leave the coat go. And they actually shot at it, fired at it, opened fire. So down the road we're running, he got no coat now. He's just in about, we didn't go 50 yards, and here comes the headlights of the civilian car. Stop, get in, tell the guy to better get us out of there. And the guy started laughing, turned us around, took us back to town. As a matter of fact, he drove us to Providence, Rhode Island. And I says, I'm going to give you a little tip. Don't go on the trains. Go by bus. The MPs are checking all passes on the bus. This guy told us that. So I keep telling him, now listen. He said, I go with him to New York. And that was the deal. Take him with me and go with him to New York. He was staying at that hotel. With him. You always hear it. What's the name?
Waldorf Astoria.
Well, strikes like when I get it. He said, we'll stay at the Waldorf Astoria.
Rita Hayward and Orson Welles.
I know what's in there. We go, here we are, 2 peanuts, and we get in there for the best. Hey, right after the best, I want to see my sister. Right. And he says, they're here. He says, my name is Christina. Her name is, she married Orson Welles. He says, send a message. Tell them her brother's here. Finally, they did it. Boom. There we go.
Up in the elevator.
Yeah, geez, we go. And they gave me the, do you want to see if you had the watch? You still have the watch? And so then, took us to dinner. And I told him, I gotta go. We're good Pennsylvania, can't stay long. So we said, we can find a nice little bill. And I said, remember, day after tomorrow, I gotta get to Pennsylvania. And back here, I'll see you at noon at the Grand Central Station. That's it. If you're not there, I'm leaving. And miss that goddamn boat. So I tore home. I went by bus. I did what she told me. I went by bus to Harrisburg. And I took a bus to almost home, and I hitchhiked. And so I just spent Christmas Day. And then I told him, I didn't sit around. I told him, I said, well, yeah, I've had a little trouble. And I said, I'm AWOL. And I got to go right away. I told him another. Got moving around. We got about same Christmas Day, and that's all. And so, same routine. They hauled me back down to the same place, and I hitchhiked again. No problem. Got a ride first, got to Harrisburg. From Harrisburg, I went to New York, went there, and he was not there that long. He never did show. And as an aside to this tale, while I was over in Europe, I saw in the Stars and Stripes his name when he'd been had some trouble about desertion. However, he beat the rat and was now down in Italy. I said, oh God, I don't want to ever see this man again.
Well, did you get back?
Oh, listen to this. I gets up there. This is I got there and I got a taxi and I left all my money in hand.
I had, by the time I paid the taxi fare over there, I had about $2, $2 or $3. So I could think, how do I go in? Pretty good. And I had a slip from San Angelo, Texas, a pass, no pass, from a month before. Pulls right up in the cab, up to the deal, paid the cab, and the guy that passed got up like that. Walked right in.
Well, you little shyster.
Never sure the pass. They looked at it real good. It said San Angelo, Texas. I'm up in New England. Went right in and I went tearing down there. It's getting daylight and I went down there. Holy God, they're gone. I can't believe it. The doors are standing wide open. Barracks. And before I had left, I had told the guy that I was coming back, that I was humping over the hill. I says, hang on to this bag for me. I had my back with my rifle and everything, and because I never had a chance to zero in that rifle. It was brand new. I got it out of the shop, and I had all combat gear and everything in that bag. And I had only the clothes on my back. I looked in there, everything's gone. Oh, I'm trying to get them. When they left, what the hell am I doing? What am I doing? So I asked, there's a cook come out. A cook came out on there, was sweeping up the porch. The back porch, threw some water out and was sweeping out there. And I said, hey, buddy, I says, where the hell does this outfit go? He says, to the boats. Where's the boats? Down that road there. I said, how long ago? Oh, about an hour ago. And I says, were they walking? Yeah. Oh, the
You took off running.
Yeah, I went down there. Oh, as I go down there, and here they were loading. Wasn't plenty of time. Weaver, alphabetically. Peon. First it goes by rank, and then by rank alphabetically, and the peon on the lowest last rank. The whole world's on before you. W. So now they're making a big light of it. Everybody's in combat with the nets and all that kind of crap on the arm and OD shirt heads. And so when the word's out real fast, and this lieutenant was a good guy. The sergeant up there told him that we were left his bag here. Told me he was going to do something, but he says, well, he's coming back and bring the bag. He had him up the bag. And my bag was there. So when it come time, the captain was so goddamn mad that he figured I got to be some kind of a troublemaker because he agreed to take me from that other guy, his friend. And right away, 5 days later, I'm gone again to POA. But he said, he can't get on there to hell with him. He missed it. He missed the boat. It's, let him get tried for desertion. No way he ain't getting on like that. Then I walked up to him and said, well, how are you going to do this? He called a roll for him to get on his boat. And he's here. How are you going to do it? Desertion what? Like hell, he called because I was there plenty of time for a name. Half an hour or more than that. All right. I'll settle with him on shipboard. So I'm so tickled to make it. I grabbed my bag and the lieutenant showed me where my bag was. He'd already had it humped up there. I humped up there in bag. Now listen to this. Talk about the movies. I get on the boat and I got no money and I got $2 and some change and I go down and I get in a blackjack game. And I kept winning money. And winning money. And winning money. And then you keep graduating to the bigger games. Bigger. And being a peon, I was down on E deck. A, B, C, D, E. Christ, you're down in the bottom of the thing, And it's just Pat Jam, one of them wartime troop ships. And I honestly didn't hear him calling my name. But the second day, they called my name. Kept calling my name. I wouldn't answer because I was in hot. Man, I was in a hot game.
You mean you were playing cards and you didn't answer?
Yeah, I wouldn't answer. Report to so-and-so. Christ just flies all on. I said, what am I going to do? Well, later. Well, they're going to call me up here to court-martial me. So what? You can court martial me when I get done with this. And so the next day they called again because I was just playing around. I'd sleep right there. When, and I must have won about $2,000.
You won 2,000.
Yeah, when I came, I only started with $2, but it just took hours. I never slept. Christ, doze off and back again. Finally, I get the bun. I shove all the money in my pocket, and I hunt them up. And everybody saying, "Oh, you had it. You had it." The year after you and he is, oh goddamn, George Slaxman, see, he was all over me, and he says, "Wise guy, you knew this." What? I'll get you, and he was just living and screaming. Here it turns out he thought I knew this. He said, "You're some kind of a guardhouse lawyer." Nothing. Gamble with a card game, a real card I am not about to leave. And what it was for the Code of Justice, this court martial Code of Justice. So you cannot be court martialed outside of the United States for anything you did in the States. And so by me not going up there till the third day, we're past it out on it and seeing he thought that I knew that. I didn't. I was just accident.
You were out on the high seas and they couldn't court martial.
And he thought that I knew that. He said, "But I'll remember this. I'm going to get you." But I thought, oh boy, I was starting off on the wrong foot. Me and this guy.
But
He's always a good guy. Kid, you're a good man. Good. His name was Captain O'Brien. And in civilian life, he was a stockbroker of all things. You'd never think to be an infantry commander. You'd think he had something else. He was good. And it turned out that now this would be in the winter of when it would be by now. It was Christmas. I'd make it early 44.
let's go back to the Waldorf story for a minute. Did you say you went up with Casino to see his sister?
Oh yeah.
You
yeah.
saw Rita Hayworth.
Oh yeah. Then I come down and had dinner with him in Orson Welles.
But Rita didn't come down?
Yeah, both of them.
Both of them.
And all four of us had dinner there.
Well,
see, he did sometime with it where he get it up to the money. Because he come trying to give me the money later.
Well, what did you think of the pinup?
Oh, what else? She was beautiful. God, she was a big. She was, and then she was falling all over him because he was going overseas and all that. And I didn't stay. I gobbled my dinner and blew. I got to go. It must be 500 miles from New York.
From New York. Kane.
Yeah, it must be 40. It's 500 miles. I got to go. And I got to get back and and I'm either on Shanks Mare or on buses, but he said, "Don't ride the trains." Mm-hmm. And anyhow, that's what gets me out of Europe.
Okay.
See how long this stuff goes?
Okay, well that's okay. It's interesting. Now you're on the ship on the way over.
Yeah, and so that was the end of that. And then it was non-eventful, just like anybody else. Yes, it was I call it non-eventful, but doing those convoys in the winter, like everybody did that, millions of that. But I was down E-hole, bottom of the deck. Everybody puked on you, puke all over the place, stench all the time. Who'd help them sleep in there? No wonder if you wasn't gabbing, what were you doing? Stand up. And then the people who weren't sick would get sick from the other vomit. The guys upstairs puking off of that. If you get out on the deck, some people actually threw themselves overseas. You've probably read about it.
Oh,
just get off of the boat, throw it out.
You're kidding.
Water. Yes. So trying to imagine up because you could only go as long as it took you in there 2 weeks and that. Then we got and it wasn't bad enough. Got under attack by subs out there once, and all we do was nothing but just laid in the water and locked up down that hold and have an alert for everybody sitting around with them things on with the life preservers on, the stench of vomit. That's all I remember of that.
So these are all combat ready troops.
Oh yeah.
All kids, right?
Yeah, all kids, yeah.
Like yourself.
Jam, sure.
Were they scared?
Well, certainly was scared, but not really because they were so sick they wanted out of there. And for some, I was one of very, very few who never threw up. I was just lucky. Even though it was terrible, terrible. I thought it was good for what was to come.
I don't know what was coming. It was good training for what I was gonna get into later on.
Okay, so where were you headed?
Oh, we went to England, like everybody. England, the staging area, prepare for D-Day. Across the channel. And so then I got there and I started crying right away. Want to get my gun zeroed in. Well, there's no place to shoot in England. And the lieutenant said, all right, go ahead, I'll do it first. Go hitchhike up there. Hitchhike through other vehicles. There's only the ranges, but it could shoot out to sea. Like maybe 100 miles from there. I didn't go combat with a gun that wasn't fired. So they let me do that. And then I looked up a couple of guys from King. I found out that the 28th Division into my guard company was over there getting ready for D-Day. Two of them was already in England. I saw their vehicles, made inquiry, and found out the company out. Went to visit that.
You guys didn't know you were getting ready for D-Day, did you?
Oh, sure we did.
You knew
Oh,
you were-
yeah. Hell yeah. That's when you certainly knew it. That was what it was all about, sure. And then, a little interesting sideline deal. As usual, I'm wrong at the wrong place. I had, meanwhile, lost all this money that I had gotten. I guess I did send a few bucks home, but then I'd lost it all by the time I got to England very short. And so as a private, I could get out and do a lot of things. There was no training over there. It was just two-pack jam with people. The arm was about, if you ever read about it, was about to sink. With all the ammo we had there and all the millions of Americans now are there, and all the bombers and all these plans and all of the place you couldn't budge. He was ready to go. You got to go. Any training, you better been trained when you got there because you could do no training there. And so I'd sneak away. And I'd sneak away and I meet this guy, Bill Hudson, and I meet another guy. See, I was going with a girl before I married Lola, and he was one of my best friends. And we used to hunt together and went to school together, graduated together. And he was over there in the company and told me, I saw this other friend by Bill Hoffman. He says, give me a bunch of dough. He says, hey, want some of this funny money? I said, no, I need some dough, but he says, take it. I don't know what to do with it. I says, where the hell are you getting that kind of money?
Huge roll.
He says, we're selling Depp. He says, you know Depp? I said, yeah, Depp. He says, he's stealing sugar. And he's selling the sugar to, he's got a girlfriend that runs an English pub. And he said, I gave him the truck because he was in the motor pool. So he keeps bringing me all this money. And I tell him that I don't want no part of it because it's getting too big. I want to get rid of some of this money. And I go, come. In those days, an English pound note was $5 American. $5 to the pound in the days of 1914. And he had a wad like that. He gave, that's a gift. Huh? Old time say,
Big as a coffee can.
big as a coffee can. 2 rolls. And he says, I haven't seen Deppy. And good Lord. But he said, I haven't seen him since I told him I don't go anymore. He said, I think he's quit because, it can only go so far because his girlfriend's going to be obvious. They start checking very close. Who has a girlfriend whose father owns a pub? Was selling all kinds of stuff in the pub that he was hauling out of kitchens. So he says, anyhow, it turned out that nothing happened over that. Deppy did very well, got through the war, and Long Island, and he never came back to Kane again, never came back to the States. Aside to this was, an interesting deal with all the use of this money. Now I'm in there with a bicycle. No transport, I got a bike. And how I got the bike was, he gives me all this money. I'm burning home. He said, hey, guy, he had to go. Because he was a driver, as I said. And so he had to go.
tells me the story, a little story about Deputy. That's how he got the money. And it's not a loan. I just want to get rid of it. That's it. Don't worry about it. Got it. That's money I can't keep carrying this door on. I saw how this was serious stuff. That's the end of it. He's an honest, nice boy. It doesn't matter with him. So here I have wandering around over the water. Now I got a lot of money. It was in Devizes, England. Devizes, Devizes. And I see the sign in there. Big dance going on here. Dance and music and everything, you know. I go in there. And he says, you can't go in there. And I says, what do you mean? He said, well, I said, what do you mean I can't? They had the MPs at the door. And they said, well, you can't go in there. You don't say privates can't go in there, but listen, man. But they got the tab so high you can't get in there. He said there's all general officers not in there. It cost, forget, something's like £100 charity policy. Be about £500. I said, give me a ticket. Did you hear what I said? Boy, I pull out the old one. Private uniform. Generals, Christ, British generals, American generals, colonels up the gazoo. There's one private USA in there.
Okay, now describe the booze and everything again.
Oh, good-looking girls, all dressed up with gowns. You know, you haven't seen anything like that since the States. It's a very important thing. I'm getting out there, I'm dancing on the floor, throwing them around them bronze. I'm going to cutting in on real. And they can just say, well, how did you get in? They don't want to dare say anything. Now, English, especially, were horrified. But they couldn't come out and say it for officers only. It's for this bundles for Britain deal, you know, and all this crap. There's one peon in there cutting right. This girl, she was with this girl. She lost the heel. She's having a hell of a good time. She said, I said, here, I'll fix it. I took her shoe and knocked the other one off. So she just, oh, she had a ball. Her and I ended up. She said, yeah. Her and I ended up. And she says, I want you to, I'll take you to the, where I had about tour. I got to get out of here I'm not from here. I don't remember the name of this town nearby. I was at another little town. They weren't too far away. And she says, well, I'll take you there. Take me. I thought she said, huh? A little direct, but they don't have bikes. Right. But I gotta get this girl. She's trying to pump me on a bicycle. I can't ride a goddamn English bike. And she's trying to pump me and her, and she's drunk. And I'm pretty far gone. But I never forgot what a trip that was. And I come down the street, and it was broad daylight, about 9 o'clock in the morning. And here comes the convoy of the 28th Division. And here's my friend, Bill Huff, the guy that gave me the money. It's going. Turn his head the other way. I have a device. He don't know that I could come on and go as I please. All I do is get out them gates. They weren't, nobody tried to get in and out them gates. And not like it was over here at the POA. Only kind, that was it. Now, from then on, it got serious business because it got, but now that must have been just before this. That would have been in May. Getting close to June the 5th. Then I remember we get the call that we're gonna start on D-Day. D-Day was supposed to be on June the 4th or something, 3rd or 4th, or whatever. It's a matter of history. It's a matter of knowledge. That's when it was supposed to be. Everybody tore down. We get on the boat, go, and then there was so high seas and all that they was postponed. They had to go in. We got back off of the boat. And here, at this point of the game, I'd done something very stupid.
as you can see from time to time, I do very stupid things. I want to pack the machine gun. Final rechecking of the machine gun so I'm just a peon now. And I'm going to be in charge of this machine gun when it's in the vehicle. It's a water-cooled machine gun. And it has a pump packing on it, like you would put in a water pump in a car. But when it went back and forth, so that the water wouldn't run out and the gun would get hot. So I'm in a hurry, and I was going to go, so it was on this excursion I went out. So instead of getting the pump packing proper from the supply room, I reached down, I took it off of a mop, which is the same thing, a mop, because when you put it on there, it would, when the water got on it, the mop would swell up. That worked fine. The only thing is, when I pulled it out, the regular stuff that you use, I've used this before, was the right stuff. I mean, the exact thickness, and this was yes. So evidently, I was in a hurry, and I put that from the mop in there, and it would by hand, it would fluctuate because there was no water in it. And I tried it, and it worked. We're about 3 days from going into combat, and I'm off again. And then the next time we go and load up and go down to that dock, so it was for real. And we went on D-Day, and that's where I went. Well, when we filled this thing up with water, and the very first time I went to fire at that, we were in that gun. We had got in past the beaches. They had already been secured when we went in, and we went on in, and we were in there quite a ways in there before we got under fire. And we're jammed in there, and everybody got out of the vehicles, but I stayed on the gun. And someone else, 2 vehicles ahead of me, some Italian kid, thank God, he stayed on the gun. Everybody else blew off and out. And this damn plane came over, and I fired. It came right over the top of the thing, and I fired it, went boop, one shot. Jam, but that water pack was too tight, and it swelled up. And now I am standing up in that thing. And so nothing you could do, you can't repair the pump. I just opened it up and took the cold barrel out, threw the barrel and put one in with no packing in at all, no water, and it would just fire for a few minutes. Oh, fire. It would fire maybe 50 rounds or so. And they get so hot they just go all over. And anyhow, I did it, and I got the fire out of it anyhow. But the guy up ahead of it, the guy who stayed on, this Italian kid, he got shot. He got hit bad in the back, and it was coming out of his chest. We were both firing, he and I. Mine was going zigzag all over, but we hit the damn thing in the tail. And we got it. It went down. Now, and I didn't know he'd been hit because I had my eyes on that, and then the cursing, I cut my hand where I grabbed the thing, trying to open it, trying to get it to go.
Now you're on the landing craft.
Oh yeah. We're out. No, we landed and went up the beach. See, because I didn't come in on foot, we come right in with vehicles and all. They'd already secured the beach by the time I got there. And then when they were getting us in there, to go as far as you can get in.
On the beach.
Yeah.
Now.
And we were in, see, right where I was at, nothing happened. I see bodies floating in the drink and all that. Not me. Nah, I'm like some old umbrella. So I get in there. And, that was it. Now the rest of this time, I'm going to skip because I've done this with my brother, and for a month. But I'm going to get, since we're so far along on this, I'll go skip all the part in Normandy there that was just unimportant stuff. But to how I got down there and how I got captured in the first place. Because all the things that really happened, these were just the way that I remember everything happened from the time I went in the Army since I was 17 till this happened. Okay, so we'll forget that part of Normandy because it was terrible. There was nothing to do. we were, especially being armored infantry, you're all huddled up. They can see you, you can't see them. It was just a mess. And then I will tell one incident. Right after we gets in there, we was in there a few days, dug in, seeing nothing. Guys getting hurt and getting killed, and yet you see nobody. It was just terrible, terrible, terrible. And you couldn't move around in hedgerows and that. And then they used us as an armored infantry without vehicles to relieve a regular infantry outfit, was the fourth infantry division, regular infantry. Now, evidently, that's not a no. That's a no-no, and of course, we don't know because you're wasting the armored corps found out about and raised hell and Patton too. They're wasting them because we're not geared for that. So that's exactly what happened. We went in there and took over their holes and relieved them, and they just slaughtered us there in the night. And there was a terrible fire. What happened? I remember taking over the hole, and it's just, remember, this is summertime when it's still light at 9 o'clock at night. Gets in these holes, the guys were ducking out. Evidently, we were being observed doing it because they were in them holes and they changed holes. I get in mine and I see a guy. I look right in front of me. I see it. Oh, I can see a tank. Hey, it's a German tank. Real close over there. So I see this ding dong that I was with. Now remember, I'm only private. I'm not looking out for myself. I don't have to. I'm watching for all each. I see this guy pick up this gun and aim at it with it was a little rifle grenade thing. And I said, "Don't shoot that goddamn tank. He can't see us. Your gun's pointing the other way." I says, "Do not." That little thing's like a firecracker. "Oh yeah," he says. And I should kept aiming at it, and up and on. And by God, he did. He finally couldn't resist and shot that thing. Holy shit.
So now the tank knows where you are.
Oh my. And they just shot the crap out of us. Oh. Not only that, they called for artillery. And since those things were already plotted, they know there's no missing to it for them.
Foxholes
Yeah.
were plotted.
They're plotted for them. They just fired their mission. And unfortunately for us, they had the company commander had called for all the officers to the CP, to the command post. So the officers came in. Then they called for the platoon sergeants. They get caught in all this fire and get slaughtered. No, I don't know this. All of a sudden, my good deal's turned in, but I'm not going to be. Turns out that I was not going to take care of myself. I ended up anyhow. So now all this hell is fire and everybody's dying. I just get the hell up out of this. Oh, I can't find nobody. And I run and I come to a big tree, float over like that by the roots. So I just crawled up under the roots. And believe it or not, I just went to sleep. Slept like a baby. Never heard just tuned everything out. Went this. I wake up in the morning, look around. Holy God, carnage. Nobody around. Everybody's dead. The bodies laying around. Vehicles I see are burning. I see guns abandoned. And all this whole blue in the night. And I didn't know that everybody was. Our particular platoon was really, the company was really decimated. I didn't know. But I go down there and I look and I said, "Geez, there's a Jeep." I walked around looking. It was caught in between two hedgerows, right off of the road, not 10 feet. Like, someone tried to turn it off and was stuck in there. I looked. B1. On Baker Company. One is company commander. Question, my company commander's vehicle. I look, there's blood on his teeth. Well, he's killed. Nobody around. So I take the trenching tool off and soft digging, dug the sides out, cracked her up, backed her out. It's on the road. I got out on this road. I started down it, past these abandoned vehicles, following wire. I figured I followed the wire. I'll come to the CP. Following the wire the wrong way.
Oh, you were going for the Germans?
Yeah, which, so I followed the wrong way and, I came to a crucifix at the crossroads in that part, they have crucifix. The, the road and the arm was blown off of it. So I could see it was under what they call intermittent fire. In other words, they just don't keep a steady rain on fire. Every just so often, they fire on that coordinates on that crossroad. So I sat there and I shut the motor off and I could hear the guns go off. Boom, 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 and that, and I wait, here they come. They're like, yeah. As soon as they stop, I got 5 or whatever minute, might even be 10 minutes. I don't know. Once it lands, I'll rip across there. That's before I knew they were going the wrong way. So I tore across there and I did that. And I get across there and I soon see, I look down, I see it's the wrong kind of helmet and then I wheel it around. I knew I was going the wrong way. And I wheeled around and went back and then I'm scared. I'm really scared now. I'm going there and I started through there and I thought, no, how do I know they haven't fired? And I'll get there just when they shot. So I shut the motor off. I didn't hear no guns going off. And I started, then the shells went on it. They were firing a battery. It'd be about four guns, about 4 shells. And I was scared. I can't wait. My imagination, they're after me. They probably weren't. But I'm all shook up. Anyhow, so I ripped across there, back to where I come. And figured, well, now at least I'm going the right way. And I'm going back down that road and I go calm all down. I drive back to where it's all started and then continue going down and come around the bend and believe it or not, that was my company commander. Now, I haven't seen him since the time on the boat, not in person.
He's the only live person you've seen since you got the Jeep, right?
Yeah, the very first one. Yeah, evidently he was looking for the Jeep. Here I come cruising by in his Jeep, and he said, "Goddamn glad to see me." He says, "Weaver, here, over here. How'd you get my Jeep?" I said, "Well, I found it and dug it out." And tell him I went the wrong way. I suppose it looked good. Well, so I said, "Where's the company?" He said, "Well, there isn't much of a company." And I said, "I asked for the lieutenant." He says, "No." And he said, "I'm afraid that most all of mine." He says, "We're ineffective. All the officers were killed. All the empty officers, all the 5 officers. All that was alive was the executive officer and himself, and evidently the driver. He was the blood I saw on the seat with the drivers." And so he says, "We really, there's a few men, and I'm trying to gather up. There's got to be some stragglers around." He says, "There's 18 men in there. We had 220 men."
You lost all but 18?
There was only he said there's about 18 in there. And so I went in and he says, "Go on in." And he says, "Good job. You got out of here. Glad to see you. Glad you got the vehicle." And so he says, "We'll get some more men up there and we'll be in reserve until we get up to strength." Because now they were starting to bring bodies in. And this is just interesting. I all started this part just to show you how I got back into good graces as soon as we got in combat. And I didn't know how good I was so much later. Because when I was captured, that I thought I was a private, I'd already got promoted. A lot of it. I didn't know because I started. By now, I wasn't frightened anymore. After this crap, I wasn't frightened anymore. And there was other things that I did there that I won't go into. They were just minor things because we were only in reserve at that time, our company, and they never allowed them in. And we really got help for getting that empty company all chewed up because there were vehicles and they're different training, and that was going to be used in the breaks with the armor. Didn't want it wasted there. Okay, so now
What you said, there was no trouble over that thing, but there was. I mean, that armored came in there and took over for the regular infantry.
Yeah, I mean, they stopped them from doing that. The First Army from doing that. Now, a little aside to this. I was assigned to the First Army, and it was a ploy because the armor was supposed to be Patton's armor.
They had Patton grandstanding over in England as a cooler, and it worked. Rommel had fought him in the desert, and he fought him down there in Italy, and he kept saying, "You don't move that armor out of norm. They could have used if he'd have committed that armor when we were on the beaches. It would crush us." And he said, but he wouldn't let it go. He said, "If Rommel is in England, the Third Army is in England. They would never launch an attack without Patton. And so therefore we're holding this armor right here." And that's what all was about. In wartime, it showed him fighting with some English. He was a SOB. His dog bit some English broad's little baby dog, and all that shit they were publicizing. They wanted them to know all this, that he was over there. As long as he was over there. This is just a little aside.
Patton's in England and you're in France.
Yes, he personally was there, but his army was over there and temporarily attached to the First Army. Wasn't supposed to be used like that. They got us all shot up. Anyhow, so it brings us up until about the end of July. And when he finally got over, he was supposed to take over on the 1st of August, officially. Now they had us laying back there, and they made it some kind of combat command. He was actually arrived, but they still kept it like he was over in England. And he was only a supernumerary. In other words, he wasn't supposed to be doing anything. He was in the back. And he took our outfit, this 4th Armored, over on the flank and made this push. And we actually got in there a day ahead before he was supposed to take over. We started this about 3 days ahead of time, which we ordered actually. Officially, he wasn't going to do it till the 1st day of August, and then he didn't care about the Germans committing that army. So anyhow, that caused us to go, when you heard about what caused the breakthrough out of Normandy, when Patton's Third Army broke out, and that's what it was. And it was our outfit. It actually, they talk about the 4th Armored, and it was a 4th Armored, except it's always an infantry outfit, an armored infantry with a couple hundred men is all. And it was us, and they put a battalion of armor and a battalion of tanks, battalion of armored artillery that could go on tracks. And we, of course, on tracked vehicles, and we could go for it. And we went down and got behind the Germans there and got into Avranches and really played cowboy. Shot them up. I shot up, got up alongside the train. The road came up real close to it. And incidentally, that's where Dick and I went, my brother and I, in October. I took them right to the same spot. And I went down doing this battle of croutons, found when I was trying to find the ditch, the actual ditch where I was in, where I was taken prisoner. Anyhow, what happened?
How did you rename your group? You lost all your men in the.
Well, you start getting more and more. We got back. It took a couple of days. They got more than that back. Number one, but I got back to about. We had, actually, probably in my platoon, our platoon, we got, I'd say about 17, 18 back. And then we got more men, reserves. They keep coming, not reserves.
Reinforcement.
They keep sending in, poor bastards. They'd send them in, they'd get off the boat and come up there under cover of darkness. So a lot of them would get killed. Maybe you see them in the morning. I have a book home. I take their names, come wait here so I can show them where to go, come back, and they'd be dead. Poor peons don't know. We can't help it. There they go. Don't know what's going on.
You were under constant shelling.
Yeah. And but anyhow, we were concentrated, and we had our vehicles, and we were operating the way it was supposed to be. First time since training in Texas, you really operated the way you were supposed to. Got in there, we started giving hell. We went hog wild. We shagged it. But what I didn't know as a peon, that it was only a feint.
could suck his arm. He wanted that armor sucked up. We could nail it. So, what do we know? So we went through there and got behind him and took him by surprise. And I didn't know that the nearest support was 15 miles back. We went so quick. So we get in there and into this town of Ranch, and first Coutons shot him up. And we went into Ranch, and I remember they were running. I remember he's kind of excited. And it was a mess. The German horses would scream because we had air support. I forgot to mention. Plenty of fighters signed right to our column. I don't know how many. They were right over us coming. They would do this scraping and bombing. And I remember in that town, the ball was falling down, and they were running in the water, and hell, I was shooting them in the water. And then I remember then how awful it was, horses screaming. The Germans had a lot of horses in their army. And they had wagons, and there's nothing more terrible than to hear them horses screaming like that. And I imagine what it must have been during the Civil War when everything was horses. But just those few horses there, and that was terrible. It was like a charnel house there.
What kind of a vehicle, an armored vehicle were you in?
No, we were just a half track. See, we actually were supposed to fight on foot, which we did. But when they got running, then we mounted up and pursued them. We were shagging them, shooting the van. We were just going wild.
Half track.
In a half track, just half tracking that in the back end. In the hall, like carriers. See, they would go about 30 miles an hour. Where other FD don't haul in the truck and dump out. And these were armed with machine guns, etc. Anyhow, so we at the end of that, we got through my little part of it, get to the other side, and by now I'm the platoon leader because there's no officer yet, and I'm the platoon sergeant now again. And I didn't know that I really had the rank, but I was acting because every rep says recruits now. Most of them were recruits, French guys. My original guys was maybe only 5, I think. I had about 5 or 6, my original guys. And so what happened then was we went out the other side, and then I went out of ammo and shooting all day. I sent where the CP, you're told where a CP is going to be, a command post. So I put the guys in the ditch. We don't have no vehicles now. We got off the vehicles again and went to this command post. So I sent a guy back, a runner they call it, sent a runner back to CP to get us some ammo up there and over it. He don't come back. I said, by now I had about 17, 18 guys. And I sent another run. You don't come back. So I call this little guy over, Kinsicki was his name, Edward Kinsicki. Camel Soup Company he worked, Bayonne, New Jersey. He's a private now. He's my second in command. And here I thought I was still a private too. But evidently the guy had made me a staff sergeant. And I didn't know that right away. After that first night, he made me staff sergeant. I didn't know that. And they kept saying you're going to get new one when the officers come. We never did get new. For my time, there was no officers because I only lasted. We're coming to the end of my experiences of wartime, battle experiences, just about over. I didn't know it. And so I sent this guy back, Eddie. He gone, piece of interest back. Crashed, they're gone. I said, what do you mean gone? Nobody there.
The command post is gone?
Everybody. A vehicle's gone. We're abandoned. Huh? And someone didn't get to work. Well, we're 15 miles out there, so order come pull back now. Because they knew the Germans would have counterattacked, and that's what they wanted, to get them out there in the open with that armor. And we'll pee on it. How do we know that? And someone didn't get the word, and they took off without it. There I'm out there. Kitty writes. I'm out there, and so, well, we might as well finish it now. I got you in the ditch. We'll finish that till the crowds. Anyhow. So I said, well, I stay here. It's too dark. It's getting dark. Uh, we have very little ammo. I take stock. The mortar was clear out of mortar rounds. So I tell the guy, throw that. The machine guns got, there was 250 rounds with a belt. And this belt was only about half. I'd say maybe 100 rounds. And then cloth belt, that's all it was. So the guy I had for machine gunner was a little Mexican fellow named Orlando Trujillo. And good man, luckily for me. So I took Orlando in there because from my ditch there was a row of bushes and then there open field. So I took him in there and I put the gun down, and from that I could sight down a road. And I actually got down behind it and sighted it in and stepped on the pins in the ground. And tell him, okay, Orlando, do nothing. Do not fire this thing, because that's all we got. No matter what you hear, what happens, don't shoot till you hear me when I tell you fire. Just hold your finger on the trigger and let him go till it's gone. Because that's all there is, right? And then I forgot it. I got out of there, and then I'm getting involved. The getting's there. And then there's a disturbance. I hear a vehicle coming from where the Germans were supposed to be. And I get all ready, and when the Jeep comes, holy Christ, it's an American Jeep. I can't figure out what the hell he'd been. Now, 50 years later, I found out when I was in France with my brother, where he was on some kind of a reconnaissance from Patton's recon deal that went clear way past us, clear through Angers, 100 miles in there, and was reporting that there was nothing in the way if you wanted to go that way. I don't know.
The date again now, on this day that you're in the ditch.
This date would be, I think, July the 30th, 1944. And that's what you always hear about. You'll hear about all summer now from D-Days on. That was the date of the breakthrough, July the 31st. Okay, so this is the night of the 30th now. And I'm sitting there all alone. And so during the course of the night, another vehicle comes from the other way. And I think, well, hell, that's an American. So I'm standing doing nothing. And that was wrong. That was a German. Ripped by me. And when I say being in the ditch, now, like, I'm here and the road is there.
3 feet away?
Oh, yeah, with my hand. Let's find out how close. So we're there, and it gets dark now. And then I hear a lot of activity. I can't see nothing coming up this road. And all of a sudden, I heard the Germans coming. You say, how you know it's the Germans coming? Because they wear hobnail boots. So all Europeans and Americans have soft shoes. You hear them clinking on the pavement, you know it's Germans. So I go to each one of the guys strung out in this ditch. Now, Kensicki was alongside him. He was Eddie Kensicki. And then these other guys. So you're always telling the pass the word, but someone never gets it. I personally went right down the line and said, they're coming. When I stand up and fire, everybody stand up and fire. And that's all I do. As soon as I say fire, everybody fire. Tell everybody. I come back and I get down. Here they're coming, clankety, clankety, clank, hobnails, clanking. Believe it or not, they get right to us, maybe 3 or 4 steps past where Eddie and I are lying here. And here's the road. Me and I are laying here, and they get just past it. They halt the P call. So here they land. Now their feet, well, I'm crouched like this, and I got a rifle. And that guy is standing there peeing. And he's not that far from my rifle pointing to his stomach.
18 inches.
Yes. And he's peeing around Eddie's helmet. And old Eddie must have juked because all of a sudden he reached down and patted him right on the helmet and started yelling. Well, I'm so scared. I keep thinking, all I kept thinking, if I pull the trigger, they'll see the flash and throw a grenade. One grenade kills everybody. So I do nothing. And yet he's that close. So the Germans, as you know, they carry their rifle slung butt up in the air, barrel down. Well, we don't. We do it the other way, barrel up. You know, and now it's night, but since we're in a ditch and they are standing, they're silhouetted. You can see them plain. They can't see us. Well, you don't know that. You know, you don't know that, but that's the way it is. And so my mind kept racing. If you fire, they'll kill you with a grenade. But now it's time because the guy, all the while he's yelling, he stepped back and he's yelling. He took the gun down, and he has to turn it around. And it's funny, I had to. I just fired, and like I said, right in front of him. Now, then I jumped up and yelled, "Fire!" Nobody gets up but Eddie. Holy Christ! And we're standing there firing, and they hold 8. The M1 rifle holds 8 rounds. And then when the clip jumps out, it sounds like a typewriter bell going off. And then it stays back, the bolt wait to drop another 8 in. At least it serves to warn you when it goes bang, you're out, you need to kill it. But anyhow, we're standing shooting right in front, all this firing going on, and we were knocking them down, him and me, the only 2 guys going. You got them all, but one guy, the last guy, I can't get my clip jumped out. And here I go. And he was the guy with the Schmeiser with the ammo on his shoulder. And he turned his back to me, fired the other way. Yeah, well, and then he stole it. Now, boom, now we got them all. So now I'm listening. I think there's the points coming. We're just all confused. Then I blew my cool out. So God, I'm mad at those guys for not getting up. I'm screaming at them and yelling at them, kicking them, making them stand up. I lined them up like 10 pins. And
Why didn't they get up?
well, scared, I suppose. When you're doing there, you're scared, man. In the dark, and when you have a tendency when you're laying down to someone, it's like I was afraid to pull that trigger because in my mind, all I could see, never thinking. Well, you don't have a chance to think of it. They're damn scared too because how'd you like to think of peeing pillars of the enemy? You're cutting on a pee on his helmet, never thinking it. They don't have no chance to pull that grenade, and then firing right in their faces. The ones that saw the flash, that's the last thing they saw because there was no missing you right in front of them. See, and so what happened was, knowing that they're the point that those guys will start deployed on. I remembered Trujillo, and I hired fire Orlando, and I hear him, just pound him, just let her go, just like I told him. Down the road, you could hear that. You could hear yells, and hear guys screaming. You could hear the equipment hitting the pavement. See, because it was just about knee high, and anybody who was on it was on a blank. Anybody on that road got hit in the leg. He just kept hammering, and that caused them to deploy. No more like try to come down that road because that's the way it is. You get a point, and this only got one guy, and then behind him is 6, and there's 8, then a platoon, then a company. And once that point goes down, then they deploy. You don't know who the hell, how they know we're not a whole army, chief. That gives you time. So now I got them lined up there, and I said, now follow me. I'm going through this hedgerow, and we're gone. They're coming down this road, they'll be here. You're in this ditch, you're going to die. Now, start, go right now. And I'm standing on the bank, and I yell, and I started. See, 5 guys came. One to about 5, 6 maybe. And then, of course, Trujillo. Trujillo pulls picks up the machine gun runner. Throw it away, Orlando. Never do throw away the gun. We got no bullets. You got to run through the son of a bitch. And we run. And right now it's just getting daylight. Oh, even as we're speaking. You can make things out, and it's just getting daylight. And I'm running, and just before daylight, I fall in the tank trap. Big hole was cut. They had filled, they dug, and I fell in. And two of the other guys were all running behind me. They fell in. I'm just blindly running away from that. Hurt my knee, and I get out of there swearing and yelling. The other couple of guys, no one was hurt. Fortunately, the other guys missed it, went around it. Then I see a flag, a white flag over there, with a red cross on it. Gee, what the hell's going on? They got a hospital set, run over, and here it's Frenchmen with women and children, getting them with a big flag in the front. So you got to get out of here. We're going to drop fire down on those people. See, turn to the right and run out there, run on the road. Wherever, then I look, oh my God, as far as I could see Germans. Go on. They're already past us. Now we're behind, well, see, now we're behind them already. All night that had been going on.
They were moving out?
Moving up, moving to place, moving into our to counterattack when we come in. What I did not know, but peon, you don't know the big picture. Our ploy worked perfect. They committed them troops to get in there, and they brought that armor out, and they was coming patting with the rest of the whole Third Army, with the 4th Division, and nail them out there with all our air power and everything else. Well, that don't do me any good. My little is over. But no, I look around and I think, well, I looked out in front and I saw a patch of grass, woods, sparsely woods, but it was roughly angling the way I wanted to go, back towards Coutances, where I was going. Now I'm down on the ocean. This place is right on the ocean, Avranches. So I see it's just a rough plan. What am I going to do if I get there? If I get there, at least there's some kind of cover here. I'm out in the open. So I started, and every time I do that, somebody would get hit. I'd lose somebody. Because then I tried again, and I run blindly again. And I pick my head up, and I see a wheat field there in front of me. I think, well, if I can get to that wheat field, that's right up against those woods. So I had to crawl through a slimy, stinking sewer. I gets in there, and then we start across.
About 5 of you knew.
Yeah, there was more than that there. They were getting less each time. But I had maybe, I think maybe 7 or 8. And I says, I'll go first, and you guys follow, but not in the same lane. We go over there. It's in July in the wheat field. We must be shaking the wheat. Sure, you're shaking the wheat. Well, with my head down all that time, crawling, stinking hot, 31st day of July. And I get to the end, I raise my head up. Geez, I'm looking right from here to here, I'm looking at this crowd right in the eye. He just set up a machine gun. Unfortunately, it wasn't pointing this way, it was pointing the other way.
Just one?
Well,
One, I mean,
the one behind the gun, I just shot right there, bam, and went back. And in a minute or so, I yelled, go back, go back. And then somebody come up and took his place, as he was no longer moving. When I shot him right now, bang, from here to you. And then I yelled and got in there, and oh man, did they rattle that wheat. They just hosed that wheat back and forth, How are you going to get through there without shaking it? They would just, and I could hear guys getting hit, and I'd hear somebody holler, it's hit, another guy holler. Jesus, when I got back, and out comes Kinsicki, he's out. And
And then who all that came out of that wheat field was about five guys. And so I said, well, and then I'm laying there and I look around and you can see them all, and they wouldn't shoot at you over there. They're going the other way, but they can see it. If I start over there, they'll shoot at you. If you're going toward them, but they'll leave you where they know. What am I doing back there? I'm behind their lines, man. I ain't going nowhere.
Right.
And so I said to him, I said, look, I said, this we're just losing more and more. We're not going to make it. I said, what? I said, you know, you're sticking together now if you don't want to. I said, it's every man for himself. I said, you don't have to follow me no more. I said, what I'm going to do, I said, we're behind our lines now. It's everybody out. There's no more, we can't do nothing. That's free at all. So I said, you don't have to follow me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go find a place and hole up. I'm going to get there and find us a building or something to hold into to let this fight pass us, because they're going to run into something up there, boy. And our guys ain't going home. They're not going back to the state. So if we can survive it, they'll roll over us eventually. Well, I picked this building on the street that was backed up against the river, and it didn't have any. There was a lot of buildings around it, but this one was dropped right down to the creek bed, the river there, and it had no windows back there, and no windows on the right side, and none at all on the other side, and only a door and a window in the front, and had a car in there. So we rolled the car out, pushed it away from the front of the door, pushed it to the right, and then we went inside. And then inside, oh, then I hear this bomb and then crash and then bomb. And that must have been about all that day of the 31st. And then I could tell us a big fight. And sure enough, it's our people coming back along in force. And all this bombing they're getting, and now they're getting artillery. We're blowing the hell out of the place. And I'm mixed, I'm torn, man. This is over, I'm going to be out. But what happens? Oh, like in a movie. I hear something coming, wagon coming. Noise, something coming. Peacock. Geez, here comes some German from my right. It's only a horse and a big one, big V wagons with a bunch of stuff on it. Military duffel looked like, and only two guys, a driver and one guy was the friar, first class private. Was driving the horse, and the other guy was some kind of a non-com. They had a Red Cross armband. What the hell that was for? But anyhow, and I had the door open about that wide. So I let him get by, and I was going to shoot him in the back. I stepped out right in front of him. Still I heard, oh, hey, I look around, up for the head. I point down, they come down. Frisk him, take him inside, push him in the back. Now I got two crowds back there. Me and Eddie, and about five guys. Oh, pretty soon, all this cannonading and goes on. Oh, terrible. And then here comes here comes the Frenchman. Frenchman running with the old World War I helmet on from World War I with the crease down the front, screaming, "Vive l'Amérique!" He comes with a double barrel shotgun. It's going to join it. Christ, if the guy's going to get killed. He thinks that he's going to come to help us. And I try to make him understand that we're surrounded, that he's going to die in there. No, get out. Go where you come from. Get out. How can I make him understand? See? And this one goddamn crowd, he gave himself away. He's grinning. I knew the bastard. I kept asking, they speak English now. And I knew that he did. He spoke French, or one of them, or English too. Because why was he grinning when I was trying to tell this guy? So I grabbed that bastard. And I cocked the pistol and I put it right to his head. And I says, you tell that Frenchman what I said. Well, you speak, I don't care what you tell him in German or English, but if you don't tell him, I'm going to kill you just for fun. Put a rat in his head. He spoke French to him. Like that. And then, so the Frenchman goes, oh, I said, go on. I don't know what he told him. But whatever it is, he was scared out there like a rabbit. Not 10 minutes later, here comes another one. And this poor bastard, he had on a half a uniform from the old days. And naturally, it wouldn't fit his little flat belly no more. It'd be like me. It was half zipped up, half buttoned halfway up. It won't go around. His little hat on. Now, he didn't have no gun, but he had a roll of maps. And he's trying to show me that it kept them all these years from the Germans, that it was a map of something that run wires, cables down to the sea, down to in Normandy town, run to Cherbourg. Between Cherbourg, it's a communication link that they'd hidden all this time from the Germans. And that same thing, can't, geez, I could tell him. Yeah. I asked him if he spoke English. No, a little. So how much? And I kept telling him that he spoke a little English, that we are not here. It'll become later. The Americans are coming, but not us. But we are surrounded. Please get the hell out of here. And he understood enough that he rolled up his map and away he went. Well, and then that passed. That must have been the end of August 31st. Because early in the morning, just getting daylight.
July 31st.
This day, yeah, July 31st. Yeah.
You're getting tired.
Right. Yeah. Right then, now it's getting. We come down to there, and here the Germans are coming. But you mean with this bombing, they plugged the street up now. I don't think it plugged all streets up. From so much smashing in. It didn't light on top of us, but light all around. Unbeknownst to me, my own outfit was pushing on these Germans. They had actually were defeated. And the crowds come down to my street. Now, if I'd only known it, the German told me that if we'd let them go, that's all they want. I see them coming, I want to buy fire. I should have caught on. If I hadn't been so goddamn scared, Germans just don't kill themselves, commit suicide. They don't just run, but they kept doing it. They kept coming. And the streets are so narrow that they couldn't get much closer from here to the wall. See, and so, but they couldn't get a gun to shoot in us because all this rubble and crap fell down. They got a machine gun up, but they couldn't get an angle. Only it could shoot in the window. They scrape it. They couldn't traverse it. So they would fire with this machine gun. It would come in the window, and it was all stone.
Well, how did they know you were in there?
Fire in your faces. Shoot them all, everyone. Well, no, only two guys could fire. You can't get up front. So Eddie was on his knees firing out the door that we had open. And I was standing at the window, firing standing up. I would stand up and he was kneeling down. You know, it's fire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. When that clip went clang and jumped out, he'd start. That'd give me time to drop another one in and wait to finish his. On his 8, then I would start. All right, now, panic. These bullets that were coming in would hit the floor, sidewall, ceiling, and ricochet kept hitting those guys in the back. They didn't get up front. They'd ricochet, but either spent or before they get up there. You'd hear them getting hit. It was like a slaughterhouse. Killed everybody. Prisoners, all my men. And when the end finally came, I didn't hear no sound, so I assumed they were dead. But when I got out of there, I'm sure they were, if there was any alive, they were dead. Because what happened was, they would make this rush to try to get by. And I couldn't make sense of why. Well, the why of it was
They were being just mauled in the tail end, and they were trying to get down to get out of there to withdraw. And the streets.
Louis, stop if you think agree.
We'll start here in a minute. We'll have a race fight here. The streets couldn't get down the streets, and this was the least one. That's the one they wanted. Evidently, they were just squeezed shut. The others just couldn't get over. This was the likely one. Well, I didn't know that. And this went on. Well, I had fired all of the ones in the belt, 2 crisscross bandoliers, and I was hooking them from the bodies from the other guy up front. We fired from daylight. We fired that rhythm that I had. Now, them those M1 rifles. I keep talking about these people. They were never jammed. They were so hot that the pitch was foam like from the oil right out of the stalks of them. My trigger finger was swollen that big and cracked, split, an actual split in it. And they still never stopped. And it's just going to end sometime. And then all of a sudden, there was a law. This officer stepped right in front. From here to that wall.
12 feet.
And it stands up, his hand up like that. Full regalia. To the long overcoat that you see the pictures of, and a hat. Decorative pistol down his side. It says, in English, it's American soldiers. We know there's not many of you left. If you'll put down your weapons and come out, we'll treat you with the respect that you deserve as a soldier that you are. Otherwise, you're going to be dead. And I said, Daddy, well, I said, what are you thinking? I said, with all these bodies we got, okay, they had to keep pulling the bodies
There
away.
must have been a mountain out there by now.
About 3 hours.
Oh.
Keep pulling them back. I said, we'll never make. But I said, I think that if you get us out in the open, that's where we're going to go. And he says, yeah, Dickens. I just shot him. Oh. And but it's a big blow. For the first time. Now this goddamn belt paper sergeant took over.
The German sergeant.
Oh yeah, now there's a real ball game. This time when the rush came, the guys on the end had no guns, just grenades. And so the rhythm got broke the very first charge. I know this is the end. Because one actually, I had to shoot over there before his was done because the guy got so close that the grenade would come in. And one actually did hit the windowsill and fell outside and blew up. And I know it's because they were all on again. And then this next rush here they come again, and that was it. The grenade came in, and it hit me in the stomach, and hit me in the belly and fell on the floor, and then went off. And of course, he's down there kneeling, and so we got to run him. Now, all I got was I got one piece of shrapnel hit here from it.
In your wrist.
And it ripped the wooden stock and the spring out of the pool. M1 went out the side, hanging. And it ripped his leg. Where you see that? So you know, I think he lost a leg. See this?
Okay, your right kneecap.
Yeah, see? Okay, now, the leg wasn't bit bad like that. This part here fell down to here. Okay, and this here rolled back to here. So I looked like the leg is gone, and there's the bone sticking out. But that little membrane that goes over the water was me punching. I don't know that I looked, no leg.
Your whole knee.
My ears blowing, so I thought the leg was gone. And I knew that, well, the first guy in the door is going to kill me. Still alive, is all I could think of. And so I grope around, I get the gun, and I get up on the sitting position, and this crowd comes in. The room is all full of smoke. And
Is Eddie dead?
oh yeah, got the brunt of that. See, Don or I would have went too. He was been him and being right there. His body took the most. I just got just the gun and me, and
So anyhow, the smoke is gone, and here's this guy peering down at me, pointing a gun. I keep seeing he's still alive. I thought he was shooting me, see? And since I'm numb, I can't hear, and I can't feel, and I keep thinking, still alive, still alive. I'll get him. Because I had this bayonet on, and my dad had honed it up like a razor for me. It was an old World War One that he'd had in World War One. He had honed it like a razor, and I carried it all the while I was in the army, and I still had that, and I put that on there, and I had it on there, so it was sharp as a razor. I made a hack at the guy, and to me it was all it took, and it did catch him up there in the heck, but still he didn't shoot. I didn't know because I think no, I missed him all. Almost fell on my face. He stepped back, and I tried it again, and I kept thinking, still alive, still alive, still alive. A little closer, this thing. And I gave him one hell of a, but they could
Lunge with your bayonet.
Yeah, and that time it come down here like that, cut that black belt. They wear a black belt that holds their canteen and their water bottle and their butter dish. They have a butter container. Anyhow, then he did shoot. Yeah, but all he did, he shot with the pistol. It just hit me here in the leg, and it just
On the left side.
yeah, just a little in and out. But would have knocked me back. He just kicked that gun. He stepped right down. I'm like, oh, I'm waiting for the goddamn coup de grace. I'm playing. He got one foot. My throat. He reaches down and pats me in the shoulder like that. Says, "Good soldier." Held my ass up and hauled me up. And I'm not. Yeah. And then while this was going on, wouldn't you know, just like in the movie, here comes the tank, one of their tanks right up to the door. If you'd have been there before, any time, maybe they'd been calling for that for hours. They must have been because it came up finally. And then after they come 5 minutes earlier, there wouldn't be no story.
He patted you on the shoulder. He said, "Good soldier."
Good soldier, yeah.
He respected
Good soldier, yeah.
Yeah.
What a character he is. I found out later by watching this guy. He had well, the Germans have a thing that they wear like a wreath, a wound wreath. We have the Purple Heart. They have one by color. We wounded once, it's a black wreath. So many times more is a bronze wreath. Then you get the silver one. Well, you had to be over wounded more than 5 times. Then this guy, he had a bullet nick here.
Okay, our plane is bombing your tower. You were describing the soldiers,
And-
the German soldiers.
Believe it or not, yeah, well,
It's
they
hard.
did knock it
Yeah.
out. Now, as he
Not
hauled
the
me
big
outside,
He
he
knocked
knocked
the
big gun, didn't knock the tower. And the stankers
had already pulled
then
in.
that was all I know.
I got, after I quit being scared because it was knocked down.
Guys sit on my
The
shoulder,
bridge.
and I went to sleep.
On his leg,
And
he had this guy.
That's the end. That's the end. Now
Big
it'd be
plant.
something else.
So you
After
just sent
plant
one
powder, I had, yeah.
It's
yeah.
awful tough.
As long as I remember. It's not yet, I'm sorry, Vic, like they said after you got out of there. So that was the last meal I probably ate for a year. Took it out and put it on. Medical over the. Now,
So let's take.
now what I did was in November, not only I find us, we drove into the town, metal plant. First we couldn't find it. Brought us together and plant. But see, I knew that town Laval, we only bags of joy, like paper bag, the other paper. And we happened to look up there and seen it. And my brother drove by and they wrapped it up and that was it. And I got time. I see no tower. I said, well, I'm now in and out. That's the hill, that's the wilderness. In my mind, oh, I've seen that. You know,
In and out of.
there's the tower. We then said, all the right on the right. We drove down there and then it was a one-way deal and you couldn't drive over certain ones to get on top. And I walked over there, come right to the tower, and now it's a museum. And underneath is a pistol. Guys, the tower, all ancient, they were trapped from medieval days. I went ahead, Vic, and I said, they were trapped. Other guys had come now.
Oh,
They
yeah.
by us, they couldn't go any further. That was the last time.
Them Germans were trying to hitch a ride on that.
Yeah, and he only has that's smart. As many as he wanted. Been replaced. He picked some of these guys. Yeah, that's all of it. I found. I said that was pretty damn lucky. They stepped it out without knocking the tower down. And they had run through our own lines, and I got
So
so
that, how far
close
was the bridge from the tower?
that I saw
100 feet? 200
a
feet?
company vehicle from my own, the time, my company, I saw Charlie Cummings doing it.
one of them. So that's, in other words, it was going close enough to, and
Get it
like I
out.
said, you can see every feature of the planes where they come, half unconscious. See, they carried half into 500-pound bombs under their wing. And then we come to
And then you're
tank.
saying, I didn't have any.
Like one of our American tanks.
What was important about that?
The American tanks have,
Well, they knocked
Power.
over it.
when the inside their Germans can retreat. Because
Remember,
remember,
they're coming
they're probably,
All this,
and
to
so
me,
he
seemed
turned
a
around,
long ways away.
brought his gun.
In
right
miles
there
there
on
on
that
that
farm.
farm,
I gun thing.
things that took me so long.
It's so
Funny, like I remember, I'm doing a month.
No, I'm gonna
deal
get knocked out there.
within an afternoon, you know,
American flag.
with me screaming and yelling,
And
lucky
when
to
we
get to the
got-
battlefield, we're done with
call
it.
it solid.
But now,
No,
at this point here, my
armor
armor
pierced,
like the German told me, like Sergeant
and
told me,
missed, and it hit the brick wall.
I didn't know what trouble
The
was.
brick come down on top of us, the pieces of brick strapped like that. Then I,
Go ahead now, start
then I
again.
slowly, this gun was, his gun that I was on. Right, one and got around and got him and fired.
From there,
I
I
was
was
put
on
on
a
a
train
in
in
a
a
box
box
lot,
with
only just,
some other
I was
prisoners.
laying up there.
And
You're
now,
laying a strap on the
nothing.
top of the
Everything's
Yeah,
dark,
on top
you see
of it,
nothing,
and,
you know, light, you're
Just
just
that thing was, it was,
Not
those
just
guys
one.
were two Germans.
body.
It had a little ridge around it.
It was very short distance, whatever
Hanging
it was.
on.
I don't remember much about
But,
it.
you know, bird blow your.
But I was horrified
Get
when they
that
finally got
color
to
fire.
what was their
And we
compound.
went right by it.
Then a hole
Out
in
of
the compound, I
for
guess.
50 years. So I
Because
did
there
this
I
trip.
see prisoners, and I see prisoners who've been trapped since D-Day.
I
see
thought how unlucky I was that
wounded, standing around there
I
untreated
got-
wounds.
that I was that close,
Starving
and
and
being out.
and here I'm fresh from the front. And what
My
happened
wound
to me was
What I
a joke
saw was fall.
compared to what I'd seen in there. Then it was so horrifying.
Were there other,
I was-
were there other
Oh,
besides
Should have been
American?
on. Yes, I was bad.
mostly American.
There's few English, that's right.
But,
Well, sure, my brother went to the place where the Germans
And-
took me. There was 10,000 American bodies laid there.
it was not one to
And
tell you this.
40,000 Germans.
What a shock.
So I was after I
Dead horse. Would have been straight, laying out in the front,
crying there.
and it was mad,
Anyhow,
bloated, and
then he
jagged.
takes me,
And they opened the gates and let them guys
True.
come out and drag that horse in there, ate it. And I'm looking at their hair,
hill to, everybody
I'm imagining of a horse.
because there was a, it's our.
That was my first introduction.
Flag.
What it's gonna be like in prison, I figured. I'd never.
We go up there and here,
And I made it, and whatever I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to
Vacated
educate
the
this guy. Cause I'll be just like them if I stay in here, be no different than anybody else. You're gonna get like that if you don't eat.
and they had all the seats up taken out, and they had all of. bodies
Dirty.
wounded laying on the floor.
Dirty. And
And
I
then they
saw,
abandoned it because they took all the walking.
one thing that catches your eye
Laying there too serious.
was a paratrooper,
They left one walking wounded, the guy was only
and his buddy,
one arm.
his buddy had both eyes blowed out. He's got the sock
And well, if he's standing up there talking,
He has
to him,
to
I'm
hold-
looking, and here comes,
and he
he's one of our little cubs.
and he's been doing that since D-Day.
And he fired.
Yes, this is now
under
August.
yard. I saw him.
And they've been
I keep listening to the guy.
terrible shape.
We gotta get
And
out
I
of
went,
it. That guy,
and I went, this didn't
was
last
spotting
long,
up there.
unfortunately, because it was all a blur.
and they're gonna,
From the short time that I was there,
bombing on
it
his
was just a
thing.
blur.
And bombing
And then-
the Red Cross
Oh, shit,
because,
yes.
of
They're
her,
using that
because
flag
what?
as a
You were-
Because you were
He
just
said
standing there
there
like an
was-
animal, and everybody
And I
was
said,
looking at one of them, and yet I
Take
was,
the labor.
since I was
Lay on.
so great,
So finally.
See, I
he
wasn't
saw
in the
himself.
condition that
There
they
you
were.
go. He looked around.
all this foul
I kept
stench,
looking, staring at them.
and then,
Piper
and,
Cub.
oh,
And he saw it too and got the message.
and the guards were,
Get back on the tank.
terrible,
Around it.
half of them
Took the
looked
lead
like
back and left them all.
someone with those Asiatic,
And I
Russian,
looked back and man, they were pumped.
White
right on
Russians,
there.
just
Right.
not for the Germans,
That's cool.
they were,
We get up.
they were just,
like Serb.
oh,
Flat
yeah,
on
No, you don't know where you were there?
highway.
no,
You were in
I
France or
started-
Germany? You don't know?
I wasn't,
I started to get down there.
but like I said, it was very brief, and then they hauled me to Germany.
Came
then
from
from
behind,
there,
all these Germans.
They hauled us, on a,
We alone.
Okay.
Gone.
on those trips,
Plane
like,
just come from the rear.
list,
Roll
on
my
those
head and
boxcars, those boxcars. They were neat and tight, those
Dying
boxcars,
They really never just make.
although they were.
No, they had to have some. I just remember, I was not under it there. I thought,
They
by this
all-
time, your Germans had nothing more here.
Gee.
So
And
this,
had jammed all these triggers,
they'd run off to
and
the
then naturally
left side
people were
of
dying.
Stonewall.
No toilet
Got
facilities
me.
whatsoever.
Then this crowd.
Crapping on the
started
floor,
jumping.
peeing on the floor.
run over the mud and die because it's August. Put me on his shoulder, run over, throw me over the wall. No, oh.
You really owe that man your life, don't you?
Finally, I heard his hearing French, he sure screams trying to let it off. He was the guy who screamed. I don't know how I survived. A lot of people, a lot of them didn't survive that. But luckily, I got down quick, well, because I was strong with no problem. Because I just came from the front. Even though I was, like I said, I was trying to take my cigarettes. God, I might eat my helmet and put them, because I was new. So where'd they get anybody? I was the only one. First they about rocks they got. And that was a gun. And I had got my face down on the floor. There was a crack at some poor doctor and this dug out where I could get my nose and mouth out again. And I laid right there. And all of it that I had. So then when the place finally stopped, they didn't throw out the bodies. But there would be guys there. Plane hit that thing, didn't it? I heard biggest attacks you can't believe. First time I can't believe rockets. No, that's why I had seen them at the front. But they got rockets. Then I see it at the front. I never seen it. I just heard this talking about this about the Holocaust. Can't believe. Not only do I know it, but to make matters from a much easier as a tank. I'd never gotten out. The other guys got off of it. But you can just smell it. The other guys. In addition to that, I saw them at a much later date. We'll get into some other time. On next section, maybe. Wounded them guys. When I escaped, then they dragged me. I got up. I used that. I went by a car, an ox cart. That's those Jewish took it. Poor Jewish prisoners they had in their uniforms for 3 days. They saw me. Went to St. James. That's where I took my brothers. To the wagons, rules horses with chains on and whipping. Because there was now a cemetery. And I used that column. One side. 10,000. Don't come near that column. Americans shoot anybody near the other side. 40,000 Germans. Any civilians there. Nowhere near that. And that's why no one's seeing me. If I get up close to no one yell on me, I followed them for a long way. Right alongside. No, I saw on the St. James. One guard there, little guy with a mustache. He shot 3 or 4 of them poor things. They were like animals. And they're chained. They can't get up. And they're like bones, like little terrible pictures of. And when I saw in that paper that in school that they allowed that, but there was no Holocaust. But that was I almost went to the when I saw that. Whenever I see that in writing, I'd like to get my fingers on it. I'd like to get my fingers on it. And one of these professors has the nerve to be able to teach that in the United States in school. The United States doesn't have a very short memory. And what's unfortunate about it.
Are you feeling better?
We've got to look now. We're going to bring this to a
now that you're in St. James. Are you feeling better than the first day you were wounded so badly?
Yeah, I feel better. Yeah, I feel better. What happened? Some of the can't really watch. I got going up on a Arbiter Commando, which is
that's also it's all the medical.
Yeah, worked hard. It was for a couple months and a lot of things. And then I learned to speak German, and it became into and then how I did, and what happened after I started. And then there's a weird part of this deal that I cannot understand. There's a blind spot in my mind. And it was still bad when I got my daughter when they got out. When I escaped some kind of trauma. Shut up. Because there's a gap that I can't account for.
Back to St. James.
Okay, now back. I was over to so Helen and with my brother too. They go in and see where this fall. Now the Germans had fallen back, but I saw them all going ahead. And now they're falling back. You could tell it was German. Now Poland, it said. It was, think what would be. I'd like to have been in a saloon. They give them the Germans. They bring a German and you sit down at the table. So when I escaped, I was going west. They're all going. Some to hang, cut my throat, and some to hang.
Oh, the saloon is full of Germans.
Germans on that great. Yeah, they're falling thing. They're weak. Various had a very body. A lot of us. We didn't buy borders, bottle of wine. But when I was in Springfield, I entered the city in Chipotle. And the Poles wouldn't let my brother once. At the time, because they had a visa. That's all changed now. But 2 years ago, when the wall came out, first they wouldn't let Americans in the Poles were. And whatever it's all brought to him up behind his back. You go around the world, we can't go into Poland. And I was nervous of the guy with just your passport, you can't have your place else. Can't really change.
Now, how old are you? You're 21. 21.
What happened? I don't remember. I remember escaping. I took found
And
the place I escaped from,
So
took my
I,
brother there, when
I
the wall
took
went
the-
down, because it was in the, what was Eastern, and I never could get back there, transport, and I found all that.
finally. So we go out
And went to the town of Görlitz, which is now the border, it wasn't a border town then, now it's a border.
got a vehicle.
Then it was, his name was on, but he let so many other guys get on it, so it was full. I mean, I had to be picked up that way, and the way they went. Cause what was I doing going the other way? I remember, yeah, I'm trying to get through the Russian line. I lit up a cigarette. Because that's why they were moving those prisoners, that I understand.
He kept saying, but I
Can't
can't.
recall.
That is.
Yeah, it did. Next thing I remember, going across a school bridge and looking at the roadside in
He'd
Poland.
say, tell me, you
Embrace, you're not gonna get Poland now.
There's a
I'm
last.
pointing to another place and I was going in that direction because my idea was I'm real close, the Russians are coming and they're starting to flee and hide the prisoners and all that. If I could get through that, it's a way out of here. And, okay, now that's it, then, the blank show. This is good. The blank spot is,
Every once in a while,
next thing I remember, I'm on a bus,
citizen second, like you
a
told me,
German bus. Run,
but the
like
war
shark.
will be over in October.
thing on the back with a hot water tank and a little truck over the cuts, made the gas,
They
they wanted it
pick up the boot,
on there.
and they don't have no socks, they had that.
Prisoners,
Cut up swore,
funny prisoners, like me, the guard, each one had a guard with them.
looks like a shoe polish.
And
right?
one guy in German,
Well, they took that.
German uniform of a German sergeant. That's
A long skinny piece of cloth.
appropriate. Yeah.
Yeah, like a mummy.
Yeah, handcuffs, exactly, and that was in the body.
It's for sure.
Peasants do, I can feel. Now, when, how did I, the last I remember was going across that bridge to Poland.
Wool socks.
I didn't 4 years. And then on that bus, and then from that bus, an incident that happened was
The material would be real bad.
it starts, I was just on the bus, I don't know how I got on it. Don't know from where I was, but I know
They're
someone did
really
there.
out of money.
So something happened when I was back there.
Well, the smart ones.
And I'm sitting,
Once we got.
so this guy keeps staring at me, it's a crowd,
It was.
he's sitting across the aisle. The
I know,
no one else was there. And he's in German uniform.
2 more instances was
So
the whole thing for this part.
when the
Well,
plane
you
goes
guys were-
straight, when the plane
was
straight
crossed
across,
night.
the guy just sitting blue out of there, thinking,
Oh, God. Oh, it's and such a short
he
time.
waited, they got going, looked at me saying, look at this son of a bitch.
now.
But I'd be here, a bunch of Germans in their vehicle riding in the wrong army, SOB, the wrong place.
Powers. But I felt good for something. So I said,
He said, reach in my shirt pocket here.
that I know of.
Get us, and I got a pack of butts in there. Get us,
Stopped at this crossroads.
Christ, the man's American, I know German.
Hands on the drive. Makes
What are you? And I think
Get going.
buy or something.
Let's whole convoy.
He started laughing. He says, nah, he saw I'm in the goddamn German.
I had no idea.
I said, what?
So he's got the same group.
He says, I'm a fighter out of Philadelphia. He named
He walks
Kid
up to the
somebody.
door.
Now, I knew this right after the war. I mentioned my dad knew him. He was popular. He wondered what happened to him.
Shutters off. They all.
People knew his name. Now I don't know
It's
it.
his hand.
Because that's been 50 years.
It's a shutter open.
But they know.
the window.
And he says,
And open the door.
my mother comes over wants to go home to see the old country.
Down the old crying.
When did you want to come and
And
see
make
it?
sure-
I'm making money, because he's a boxer.
And he's telling her.
Probably he was I think he was a,
See him yelling at her in French and he's always telling them. So they go over there and they won't let him in. So he goes over there and pounds on their door. And naturally they ain't open it. So he does the same thing again. Shut the deal up. Rush to the window, open the door, push the door open, motion like this, for him to go in, and he slammed the door. Comes back over to this house. When he threw him on it, had 2 men go down the cellar looking for 2 men search upstairs.
yeah, I'm gonna do the Navy. I said, why the handcuff? He said, oh, I'm big corruption. So I hit a German officer.
I got rubbed down on the cellar and they searched to see the hell
He was gone. That's why I had him in cuffs.
So we had.
Now I remember that. Then he said,
We, and then he told them.
now when it stopped, every time he would talk, or they didn't look at them when they were on. Every time that planes would come,
Beautiful.
they'd run.
God.
This time,
Was so bad he went to sleep.
First time, second time, it's like, open that window. So he kicks his boots off. He said, it's me to put my boots. Next time they do that, get the hell out of here. He says, those scratches will make their heads buried so deep over there, they're never gonna look. You're on the other side of the window. Put some air in. Open up the damn window. The bus in you. And they are way the hell away from me. Believe it or not, I go over it. I guarantee you that. So I must have done it. I'm hearing. He goes up in the lumber dome.
That when you escape?
Hangs his belt, escape from a prison.
This is escape from a different thing. Okay.
I'm trying to explain to you, and there's a wonderful
That's
place.
that boy period.
There's a void, and I'm trying, and I don't know. He goes on the side. We're going to stop this now, but then we want to up again. And so after that terrible thing, I come over to the bed, into my first log. The first log, the whole first log. He got towards the chamber and he winked like that, turned his back. 12A, 4B. Shut it up. You're better on the
pillow.
Shut the gun on the L. On the L.
Okay, so good night for now.
Yeah. Okay. Guys, I go, I sit, I'm going to bed, I see right across there's that window.
Okay, now we can start again.
Could I get
We're
across?
still on the train, on the way to.
You'll never make me go have your ass half bit of half. Are you ready? You'll have
Go.
Because I can't vigilant. Because, I forgot to tell you.
Along the way,
I
they kept
remember
stopping
this.
along the siding.
About
People know they were in.
how I knew so much about his
Cars,
picture.
I screamed.
When I was,
They knew that
but the scar, how it impressed in my mind.
guys that climbed.
When they were digging that,
Water in there, they wouldn't let it.
when they were fixing up the thing,
Somebody.
I was they're looking up like that. And he wasn't watching it, he was observing.
When they finally
When
let
they were cut off,
put
go back again.
pails of water.
Right, where they're.
And they was, someone was.
Then it sat there for a long time on the side,
And then bullets were waiting.
like
Just
sweltering.
above his head.
Like I said in August.
And that,
Early
cause I was,
And
now look, I kept staring. He had a cigarette hanging in the corner of his mouth.
dragged
He
it
was
down.
blinking. And them rocks just fall
Just
right on my
foaming.
head.
Oh, they looked, they just looked like he didn't.
Yeah, good, here's a tough person.
You didn't hear what color his medal was.
Stink.
Oh, yeah. He had them all.
Vomit,
In other words, he was wounded over 10 times.
lined them up.
He had the black one, he had
Lined
a,
all.
they wore
And
their
as I said,
decorations.
I was the only one that
He
I
had the
saw.
iron cross right around his
He
neck.
had it, this sergeant.
Oh, yeah.
He had the Iron Cross. You and other prisoners.
Yeah, now it's all
cross.
All- They're all prisoners
Right
that the
around
Germans
right
are.
on his back.
And they made him march.
And he told me to the interpreter.
And that's had
Loud
loud
five guys.
guys.
He says, my company
Started
started,
coming to liberate.
I was in the company that jumped into
Pick this
Poland
kind of rabble
in
they're
1930,
gonna liberate you.
and I fought with my company
And they
through
marched
Poland,
all around and then
through France,
back
the
in the
fall of
box.
France, then to the desert, in the desert.
Like I said, so now that was my first taste.
Well, they like that. They respect.
And I vowed right there.
And he
that I
says,
would
they call us up from
out of
the, to stop
Well,
that.
This
You
nightmare
ever
went
heard
on
of
to
me?
running to Starlight.
He told me he was
And
from,
it comes to me now that it was 12
he was a,
And it was all
Korean life, he was
very,
very,
I can't hardly remember. Tuesday.
That's what he told me, the guy told me.
Where they can't register,
Professional soldier.
pick your name,
I
all
would be,
kinds of.
well, wouldn't you?
Well,
my
now,
God.
things, and then,
I probably went in,
go put it in,
must have been
and
before
they
that.
gave you a
Anyhow,
place, and I don't know, maybe I was there a certain deal of the time.
we,
I have no idea how, it was just like I said.
You were
Bad
dead
blood.
there.
oh, yeah, and so I
Then-
decided that I would never
moved to
make it.
American.
It's up to
Just
next
there,
year,
they're trying to separate
Yeah.
them from
we're gonna
rank,
try to get over it,
trying to find out
Where
where
would I
rank
go?
these people were.
and I don't think I'd ever
If
make
there's
it.
any officers.
It's not going
there,
to
they're
take,
trying to keep.
or you wouldn't have. Or you
And
wouldn't
then
have
so
so
finally
pointed,
they
so
decided
that
to move to
that's
another.
one in there,
Another.
and then put under his pillow.
Scarlet
I'm telling you, don't try it, buddy.
That's what I figured, rather than just,
And
well, let's just dummy, because he went.
and that was,
like I said,
that
July,
was the permanent camp.
don't think that, just because I
And
opened the window. that you-
after the shock of that wore off,
Anyhow, I did. And I'm still,
I kind of settled into that,
I suppose he is.
in a prison like that.
And another, so then the next day,
There's no way.
he asked,
And this
can I
camp
ride a
run
bicycle?
by
I can't pump
the
it.
British.
Says
The British had been
this interpreter said,
prisoners since 19.
no, he didn't mean that.
They had
He
prisoners.
was still, oh, yeah. So
Desert.
Ralph hold on to the handlebars
And
and
then from Italy.
From the campaign
No,
in
I
the desert.
From the campaign.
Don't pump on his
desert,
coats and the airport.
And also the.
So they all get fights.
Now, this is desperation. They had done it.
Americans. They're he wants a girl.
Just in Normandy.
Because
So-
didn't he?
They-
see this.
That's why the British were in charge. Now, there was other,
It would be hard to,
other,
because if I can't lace at the pump it, I can't.
other nationalities. They had French in there. They were
So he
separated,
picks this girl fight
all separated by
by a girl. I had it.
barbed wire.
And he
And
told
he
me
had,
to fight. And he wouldn't. And
Serbians,
actually started crying.
and
And this, her French boyfriend was with her.
Americans. They lumped
Stood
together.
up for her and tried to keep him from taking it.
Because they had
A lot of good ideas. Oh, correct.
And they,
He was
they had
screaming,
correction.
crying,
And
and he
full
stood there and told us guys to do it. So
they treated them
nice.
worst of all. Their theory was.
When that guy,
Germans could be on.
her boyfriend, he
He
did
did sign the Geneva
try to
Convention,
stand up to him. Oh,
so therefore you're not alive.
It's pistol like that.
You don't
He just
exist.
took him across the temple.
You're not bound to help.
He just, lucky he had
The
it.
mere fact that you're
Hit
alive.
him in the eye, tore it right
Oh,
out.
again,
Neck above the head. Down he went.
So, oh, God,
And he had his gun in his hand,
They-
cut them all back.
just to look out, they had it much worse than the Greeks.
Yelled at him something.
Now-
I told you, he spoke French.
The description
He
of
yelled at him in French.
life in there was,
So I gets on the bike and away we go. They're pushing.
well, the backup,
You know,
there was a Red Cross
and
card
we went from Laval
that were given to
in that town.
all
And all the while
the
he was talking to me for this and that.
British had them,
When we get there, is where he was gonna turn me over.
French had
to
them,
the authority.
but no American,
Because
because
now
they're
they're
all
all
American,
back.
all American Red Cross cards.
He took me
And for into horses and building that I've described,
and
they had.
all I remember
They
was
were shipped.
this man waits outside. He takes me in there, gives him the old Heil Hitler in the back.
Well, the other prisoners were
Made
already
his
done that,
report.
and they were supposed to get one of them.
And
And
he told me,
they were supposed
now
to
the trouble starts.
issue those out.
You're in trouble. You're in trouble.
And I said, they did, they must have
These people you're
issued them out before all this, before this.
are not commanded. You've never been in
No, it never issued any.
You have a need and cool, and you're lucky if you're gonna.
Did they issue them to the other prisoners?
Yeah, they had it.
So you,
So in every one of them was a carton.
that's why you have to have cigarette. So it's,
It's either one carton, I don't remember if it was one carton or two cartons. And,
that's all he said.
so that meant
So
1,000
he
people.
reported, then he took me in there and he reported, and out he goes. Now they're
They
gone.
were various brands.
And then they send this guy with me, this wimpy
Camel.
jet rider as a guard. He drags me out.
So those cigarettes, that those
Where they
foreigners
told me
all
to
had,
Because
became money.
see, there's no installation in town.
And
They
it was
had to put me in
inside of this
Told me
click in
someone.
here, was just like the outside
And
world.
Evidently, he
Money
told me
to buy
then
it.
that I was not
If
gonna
you had enough cigarettes, you could buy your way right out of there in the switchback. You get how many thousand cigarettes?
That's what that, evidently that was about.
They even had postcards.
He had interrogated me like.
Guys have been drinking. Send them to be stolen.
So
So
when I walked out of there with this guy,
gambling.
and I'm hollow now, it's hard for me to walk. I can't bend the knee. I can walk on it, but stiff leg. I get the first thing he gets me outside. The first thing he did was
I can't remember.
take that
Get
cigarette,
around me?
No.
took the cigarette,
Poker, you
took
Oh,
mean
my
poker
ring. I had a
technique?
ring.
Yeah, gambling that here and you started in a cigarette.
Took my ring.
And the irony is so
Cigarette.
bitter, right? All them goddamn
Just
boys
before I was walking behind.
having that stuff.
There
There
was
was
one
one
down,
milk
a
in there.
long, I burned off for 50 years. It was burned in my mind. I saw him. This
Eagle brand,
down this hill, on the left side of it,
Eagle brand can.
high wall.
There was,
And I'm going down it, and I could see a tower off in the distance.
oh,
And there's
they were
where
very
the
nice.
door. They put me
The
on
guy
top
had
of this
nothing.
tower. So
there,
halfway down this place, there was a
and
big bush growing.
everybody
I say
so
halfway,
bitter
it's approximately
See all the
halfway
birds.
down this hill,
with,
which appeared to be
with
about
American stuff.
2
We
blocks
had
long.
none at all.
So
So
I don't know why the wall was. I suppose there's a drop
It's like
in the
being on the outside.
I don't know why. Anyhow,
just survive, it was get right off the line.
steps out there.
So I started pedaling.
You're German
That
card?
German
Those
was
overshoes.
there, there waiting.
Yeah, the kicks that came in.
He knew exactly what was
in
gonna
the
happen.
summertime.
He hit that bastard
Late
having a break, and he
All
hit him.
those Americans there had to overshoes. Well, they didn't want
Knocked
it.
up some
Come on.
cigarettes, and he
I
grabbed,
took
and
it.
made him pick that ring off, give me back my ring. I had that ring for
All the prison.
forever, for just recent.
Felt my life.
It was just a high school graduate.
Well, then I had to have, you couldn't put anything down, what you needed, get it back, didn't steal it. but you steal
I
it.
told him,
Pack of animals.
he's watching.
So I had found a guy,
He turned me in, because this, when he turned me in,
Charlie
he turned me
Finch,
into the
from
French.
Buffalo, New York. He had a running head.
The other French would give you some wine. It was an old, an ancient town from antiquity, from the year 700
Already fend for himself.
in the town of.
So I made an idea, watch the stuff and
And then from there
I'll
on,
go, hell, I was
Story
in
in.
pockets. I was reading
from
wine,
now they just throw you in,
selling for the German
threw me on a
stock.
deal with Buffalo into some older cat, now there's other
Irish.
places, and it's a mess.
No, wait a
And we'll
minute.
start that later.
Okay, well, I want to ask you, now, when it was the German sergeant that I'm in love with,
Yes.
when he turned you over, he
Someone
gave
was
you
in there, you could see, they tell you,
No.
guys, that,
No.
big and fat like I
He
am
told
now.
me where he was there.
Rich.
Evidently, he told them that I had been interrogated.
Guards
and I
around,
told him
could stick
that I could just be gone and
slap
turned into a
beds,
place,
bunks,
wherever they.
just like.
Yeah, and there's none in there.
All this
overnight.
inside the compound.
This had nothing to do with that.
So for a while,
Then I
I
would be
just
determined
survived like
wherever they
this.
told them that I was gonna go to this tower, and they knew where
And
it
then I had
was,
a bout in there.
They told me they'd done that.
Infected,
which I don't know what's going
and I still had
on. And he just knew what would happen, and he get there with him.
out there.
Boy, he put that guy in a brace, and he just killed him.
Yeah, that salt.
Oh, that scared that guy after death. That guy believed it, believe me.
And
He told him to kill him. If you're gonna be
I
watching,
had.
that I was a special fruit or something. Cause I'll tell you, not only did I get everything back, they took me down there and he never done laws. This was, we just buy. I go in there.
Not bad.
And I had to go up there to the dungeon, and that was the ancient steps. I go up there,
It
and
wasn't good.
then blocked in as a barred window, which I found, pointed out to little brother, because an incident happened there after I get in there.
You're right.
That's the last I've seen of him.
Compared to others,
Oh.
yeah, it was. I was.
That's when I told him,
Compared to.
or he said,
There was the
For you,
same,
it'll probably be
Guy.
over for me.
same picture right over
And
there.
and that's what
No
I
eyes.
said, I really.
Joe with his buddy everywhere, holding on to the whole,
This time,
holding all the
I'll
time.
never make it. We gotta go back.
No, that's okay.
They gotta go back. and
Was your
that's-
sergeant?
Yeah,
I saw a man,
before he's coming.
A guy,
We gotta go back, you're going the other way. And that was.
young blonde guy,
And so when I went down, I went up there, the last incident was.
he'd been hit by shrapnel. And
I
I all over
It's
his
up in
head,
there,
pieces, under
under
his
tower,
head,
and they locked
see
me
the
in.
black iron was in there. And he had, he had this all over him. So while he was laying and wounded, a German.
And I had a shot cell right by the window. And they put
In the head
two
while he's laying there.
Gobs of butter
And
and big hoops of
it-
French bread.
Instead of killing him, it went in and ripped down around his head. Now at the other
So
side.
now, new trouble instantly.
Then
Before I
somebody
think
else
anything,
combined,
Here
shot
comes
him
our
again,
planes,
didn't
up in
kill
the
him.
tower, and they're gonna bomb
And he
that.
shot again. And
Well,
again,
the
about
tower,
4
it's
times.
by the river. The
Yeah,
guard, the ancient guards who guarded the
Stand
bridge.
right over, stand right over.
Well, that's how close I am to it.
And
the
still
other
the guy
guy
was
died.
there. Finally, some,
Banging with the bombs, and it was all tower with shit.
Okay, our plane is bombing your tower.
Yeah. And believe it or not, they did knock it out. They
Knock the bridge out.
knocked the bridge out and didn't knock the tower down. And then that was all I know. I got, after I quit being scared because it was knocked down,
The bridge.
the bridge. And I went to sleep, and that's the end of it. That's the end. Now it'll be something else.
So you just spent one night in the tower?
Yeah, and then as far as I remember, because now it becomes very vague, like they said after you got out of there. That was the last meal I probably ate for a year. A real meal.
Okay,
Now,
well, let's take,
now what I did was in November, not only did I find that, we drove into the town. First, we couldn't find it. But see, I knew that town, Laval, wasn't really destroyed like the rest, some of the other towns. And we happened to look up there and seen it. And my brother drove by where it was. And he said, but I see no tower. And I said, well, that's the hill. That's the wilderness. In my mind, boy, I've seen that. So there's the tower, just where you said, to the right, on the right there. But we drove down there, and then it was a one-way deal and you couldn't drive over there. We parked and I walked over there, come right to the tower, and now it's a museum. And underneath was, there was a plaque telling about the tower, how the ancient it was from medieval days. I went ahead, Vic, and I said, look, go look and see if that's new under there. Because the last that was Bond. We went over and looked at, yeah, you can see, yeah, that's modern. It's been replaced.
The bridge.
Yeah, that's all it is. I said, that was pretty damn lucky. They snipped it out without knocking the tower down because they had 500-pound bombs on it.
So that, how far was the bridge from the tower? What would you say? 100 feet? 200 feet?
Close to that, maybe 50 yards. Yeah, 100 feet or something. Real close.
Mhm.
It was real close enough to scare the hell out of it. You can see every feature of the planes where they come in. See, they carried two 500-pound bombs under their wings. And they come in real slow, and they didn't have any packet fire in them that I knew.
What was important about that bridge?
Well, they knocked all bridges down to block the Germans from retreat. Because remember, they're coming. They're probably, all this to me, it seems a long ways away. In miles wasn't that far, and like things that took me so long, it was so funny. Like I'm doing a month's deal here. We did it in an afternoon, with me screaming and yelling. When we got to those battle scenes, we're done with that. But now at this point here, it was like the German told me, like the sergeant told me it would be. I didn't know what trouble was. So
Sure, go ahead now. Start again.
okay, it's only for a minute. Just one incident, quick. So from there, I was flung on a train in a boxcar with some other prisoners. And now you don't nothing. Everything's dark. You don't see nothing because you see no light. And you're just not just a lump of bodies. With very short distance, whatever it was, I don't remember much about it. But I was horrified when they finally got to this, what was their compound. It must have been their holding compound, I guess. Because there I see prisoners. And I see prisoners who've been captured since D-Day. I see paratroopers wounded, standing around their untreated wounds and starving, hadn't eaten. And here I'm fresh from the front. My wound to me was a joke compared to what I'd seen in there. Then it was so horrible.
Were there other troops besides Americans?
Yes, but mostly Americans. There was a few English, but mostly Americans. And what was I wanted to tell you this? What a shock! There was a dead horse that had been scraped, laying out in the front, and it was maggoty, bloated and maggoty. And they opened the gates and let them guys come out and drag that horse in there and ate it. And I'm looking at it and they're tearing it to pieces. I'm a maggoty hunk of a horse. That was my first introduction to what it's going to be like in prison. I figured I'd never going to make it. And I made it, and whatever I'm going to do, I'm going to try to escape or die, because I'll be just like them if I stay in here. I'll be no different than anybody else. You're going to get like that if you don't eat. And you were draggily and dirty. And I saw one thing that catches your eye was a paratrooper, and his buddy had his both eyes blowed out. He's just got the sockets there, and he has to hold them. And he himself is wounded, and he's been doing that since D-Day.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is now August, and they've been terrible shape. Now I went. This didn't last long, fortunately, because it was all a blur. From the short time that I was there, it was just a blur. And then
because what?
Because you were just jammed there like an animal, and you're just one of them. And yet since I was so fresh. See, I wasn't in the condition that they were. All this foul stench and it was terrible, just terrible. And the guards were terrible because half of them looked German. Some of them were those Asiatic Russians, those white Russians that fought for the Germans. They were just
like Serb.
Oh, yeah.
You don't know where you were there?
No,
You were in France or Germany? You don't know?
I was in France. But like I said, it was very briefly. Then they haul you to Germany. And then from there, they hauled us on one of those trips, like if you saw Schindler's List, one of those box cars. And those box cars, they were neat and tidy compared to the box cars as they really were. Although they were authentic, the ones on Schindler's List, except these were been hauling, gee, and it had jammed all these prisoners in there, and it, naturally people were dying in there. No toilet facilities whatsoever. Crapping on the floor, peeing on the floor, and smothering and dying because it's August and the heat and the goddamn boxcar. No water. I don't know how long we went without no water. And finally, the Frenchman kept hearing the Frenchman screaming, trying to let them feed us. The guys were screaming and crying. I don't know how I survived that. A lot of people, a lot of them bodies didn't survive that. But luckily, I got down, of course, probably because I was stronger. Because I just came from the front. Even though I was wounded, like I said, I was, God almighty what I saw there. See, because I was new. Where'd they get anybody? I was the only one out of the branch they got. And I had got my face down on the floor of that. There was a crack that some poor bastard had dug and clawed where I could get my nose and mouth up again, and I laid right there. And all this. Then when the place finally stopped, they did throw out the bodies. But there would be guys dead on standing in the streets, didn't it? They just packed me. You can't believe. You can't believe. Now, that's why all this stuff that I see when they're talking about this, about the Holocaust, not only do I know it, but from a much easier scale. I can just smell it. In addition to that, I saw them at a much later date that we'll get into some other time, our next session maybe. When I had escaped from prison, I got up, I used that a column of those poor Jewish prisoners they had in their uniforms, the skeletons in those paper uniforms, hitched to the wagons and mule horses with chains on them and whipping and whipping. And I used that column because no one come near that column. They'd shoot anybody who came near it. See, any civilians were nowhere near that. And that's why there's no one seeing me. If I get up close to no one telling me, I followed it for a long ways, right alongside of it. I saw one guard there, a little guy with a mustache. He shot 3 or 4 of them poor things. They were like animals, and they're chained. They can't get up, and they're nothing but bones, and like you see this terrible pictures of. And when I saw in that paper that in school that they allow that, but there is no Holocaust, that was your. I almost went berserk when I saw that. Whenever I see that in writing, I'd like to get my fingers on it. I'd like to get my fingers. And one of these professors has the nerve to be able to teach that in the United States in school. The United States does have a very short memory. And what's unfortunate about it, I don't want to be on the list now. We're going to bring this to a close because from now on, when this gets off, it's going to start a new period, and it'll be about what happened, some of the things in prison camp, and about me going out on a Arbeitskommando, which is a work party for a couple of months, and a lot of things. And then I learned to speak German, and then how I escaped, and what happened after I escaped. And then there's a weird part of this deal that I cannot understand. That there's a blank spot in my mind, and my daughter Renee claims it's some kind of trauma that shut up because there's a gap that I can't account for.
Remember it as you're talking.
No, I was over to Poland with my brother too before this fall. See, in Breslau was Germany. That's now Poland. It's Wrocław. Was its name in Poland, but it used to belong to Germany. It was Breslau, Germany. Now, when I escaped, I was going west, walking, suppose, on foot. And, okay, that's all, and I'd go through the story and all that. Very interesting, I got caught, had to bury a body, a lot of other stuff was it. And, but when I was in Breslau, I entered the city, it's in Poland now, and the Poles wouldn't let my brother and I in there at the time because you had to have a visa. That's all changed now. But 2 years ago, when the wall came down, at first they wouldn't let Americans in there, the Poles wouldn't. And since the squat came up, that like we could go around the world, we can't go into Poland with just your passport. You can't have any place else over there. So they changed it now. But the point I'm making is this: what happened? I don't remember. I remember escaping. Found the place I escaped from. Took my brother there when the wall went down because it was in what was Eastern Zone. I never could get back there, and I found all that and went to the town of Görlitz, which is now the border. It wasn't a border town then. Now it's a border of Poland. Then it wasn't, which is the town. Okay, that means I had to be picked up after that escape. Because what was I doing going the other way? I remember, yeah, I'm trying to get through the Russian lines. See? Because that's why they were moving those prisoners, that I understand. But I can't recall what happened. Next thing I remember going across a footbridge and looking at the roadside in Poland, in Breslau, which is Poland now, and pointing to another place. And I was going in that direction because my idea was I'm real close. The Russians are coming. When they're starting to flee and hide the prisoners and all that, if I could get through that, it's a way out of here. Okay, now that's it. Then there's a blank spot. Listen to this. The blank spot is, next thing I remember, I'm on a bus, a German bus, run by charcoal. A thing on the back with a hot water tank and little charcoal briquettes and made the gas and runs it. And on there was prisoners, but funny prisoners, like me and a guard. Each one had a guard with them. And one guy in a German incident, German uniform of a German sergeant, Feldwebel, and he was in handcuffs to the post in the bus. Now, with no memory, how did I get there? Last I remember was going across that bridge in Poland. After I escaped now. And then on that bus. And then from that bus, an incident that happened was, it starts, I was just on the bus. I don't know how I got on it. Don't know from where I was, but I know it was somewhere near Görlitz now. So something happened when I was back there by the Russians. And I'm sitting, so this guy keeps staring at me, this crowd. He's sitting across the aisle. The post is, and he's cuffed. No one else was cuffed. And he's in German uniform. And so when the plane got strafed, when the plane strafed the bus, the guard just flew out of there. And he waited till they got going, looked at me and says, "Look at the son of a bitches around." Sure, he says. SOB, he says, Powers. So I says, he said, reach in my shirt pocket here. Get us I got a pack of butts in there. Get us a smoke. Christ, the man's American. It's not no German. So I said, what are you? I think he's a spy or something. And he started laughing. He says, nah. He said, I'm in the goddamn German army. I said, what? He said, I'm a fighter out of Philadelphia. He named Kid somebody. Now, I knew this right after the war. I mentioned my dad knew him. He was popular. He said, what happened to him? People knew his name. Now I don't know it anymore because that's been 50 years ago. But they knew. And he says, my mother wants to go home to see the old country. When did she want to come and see it? I'm making money, because he's a boxer. Probably he was I think he was a No one has that. You're German. Here I am in a German army. I said, why the handcuff? He said, well, I'm in big trouble. He said, I hit a German officer in the bar. You know, he was gone. That's why I had him in cuffs. Now I remember that. Then he said, now and it stopped every time he would talk or they didn't look at me when they were on. Every time that planes would come, they'd run. This time, first time, second time I said, open that window. I opened the window. And he says, next time they do that, get the hell out of here. He says, those batches have got their heads buried so deep over there, they're never going to look. And you're on the other side of the bus anyhow. And they are way the hell away from here. I guarantee you that. So I must have done it. I'm hearing that, but I don't remember doing
That when you escaped?
it. No,
No,
I escaped from a prison camp.
This is escape from a different thing. Okay.
I'm trying to explain to you
This is
that there's a lull someplace.
that void period.
There's a void in there. I'm trying, and I don't know. We're going to stop this now, and then we will take up again after this terrible train ride that I described, getting to my first logger. It was Stalag, I think it was 12A or 4B. 4B, the one I escaped from. Muhlenberg on the Elbe.
On the L.
On the Elbe.
On the L. Okay, so good night for now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, now we can start again. You're still on the train on the way to prison camp.
Oh, okay. Good. We ready now?
Go.
Along the way, they kept stopping along the siding, and people would know they were in there. They could hear this car screaming, guys screaming in there, you know. And they knew that the French people knew that those guys in that car was begging them to let them put water in there. They wouldn't let them. They were just terrible. And finally, some Frenchman kept pleading with them, and they finally let them put pails of water in there. And then it sat there for a long time on the siding. Oh, it was just terrible. Sweating, like sweltering, like I said, in August, early August. And they dragged everybody out. Just stumbling. Oh, they just looked like pitiful. Dirty and stink and covered with their own feces and vomit. And then lined us all up. And as I said, I was the only one that I saw who was fresh. You know, I just come.
Now this is you and other prisoners.
And now these are all Americans. These are all Americans.
They're all prisoners that the Germans
Right.
are.
And they made them march through the street and then had loudspeakers that said, here's those going to think they're coming to liberate us, these French people. You think this kind of rabble is going to liberate you? And they marched all around and then stuffed back in those boxcars. Like I said, so now that was my first taste of what was to come. And I vowed right there that I would somehow get out of there. Well, this nightmare went on till we finally reached the Stalag. And it come to me now that it was 12A. And it was all very a blur. I can't hardly remember details of it. Where they kind of registered, took your name and all kinds of formality things, and then there was no equipment. They didn't give you nothing. No. And then they threw you in this place, and I don't know, maybe I was there a certain length of time. I have no idea how long. It was just like I said, a mad blur. And then they moved the Americans. I guess there they were trying to separate them from rank, trying to find out what rank the people were. If there was any officers hidden in there, they were trying to keep them separate. And then so finally they decided they were going to move to another, they moved us to another place, the Stalag called Muhlenberg on the Elbe. And that was evidently going to be the permanent camp. And after the shock of that wore off,
I kind of settled into that, in a prison like that. It just appeared there's no way to get out of this place. There's just no way. And this camp was run by the British, since the British had been prisoners since 1940. And they had prisoners in there from the desert, and then from Italy,
From the campaigns in the desert.
from the campaigns in the desert, and also the Italian campaign. Now this is just fresh, and they hadn't got any Americans, very few, just since Normandy. And so that's why the British were in charge. Now there was other nationalities. They had French in there. They were separated, all separated by interior barbed wire. And they had Serbians and the English and Americans. They lumped together. It's because they had no special cages for them. They just allowed them together. And they had Russians there. And the poor Russians, of course, they treated them the worst of all. Their theory was the Germans kept telling, you didn't sign the Geneva Convention, so therefore you're not alive. You don't exist. We're not bound to feed you, do anything to you. The mere fact that you're alive is from our generosity. It's all God. They just to look out, they had it much worse than we did. Okay, now the description of this life in there was, well, to back up, there was Red Cross parcels that were given to all these foreigners. Had them. British had them, French had them, but no American. Yet they were all Americans, all American Red Cross parcels. And for that, of course, this is what I've described. They had no prisoners, and they were shipped into Germany for the other prisoners who'd already been there, and they were supposed to get one of them a month, and they were supposed to issue those out. The Germans did, and they did. They must have issued them out before this D-Day. They know it never issued any when America did that.
Did they issue them to the other prisoners?
Yeah, they had them. And so in every one of them, there was a carton of cigarettes, American cigarettes. It was either one carton, I don't remember if it was one carton or two cartons. And so that meant 1,000 cigarettes in every carton. 1,000 American cigarettes. And there were various brands, Lucky's, Camels, Chesterfields. Now, so those cigarettes that those foreigners all had became money. And it was the inside of this clique in here. It was just like the outside world. We had enough money, you could buy anything. If you had enough cigarettes, you could buy your way right out of there into Switzerland. You get how many thousand cigarettes up there. They even had postcards in there from guys who had made them to be stolen. So there was gambling in there, constant gambling. There was I can't remember what did they play. I can't remember.
Gin rummy?
No.
Poker, you mean poker type games?
Yeah, gambling type and cigarette. And the irony was so bitter in America that all them goddamn foreigners having that stuff. There was Clem milk in there. That's powdered milk. There was this Eagle brand, regular Eagle brand canned milk. There was some rice in there. Oh, they were very licensed in. If the guy had enough of them, he could live. And of course, everybody was so bitter to see all them birds with those American stuff. Well, we had none at all. So it's like being on the outside, The survivor, the strongest survive the quickest. So I started pedaling. Those overshoes in there, the GI that came in. I came in the summertime. Late in the fall, there was Americans that had those overshoes. Well, they didn't want to kick them off. I took those and I was pedaling. I was pedaling around all the prisons, selling them, see, for cigarettes. Everything you sell for cigarettes. Well, then I had to have, you couldn't put anything down what you did gain because they'd steal it. Everybody'd steal it. It looked like a pack of animals. So I found a guy, his name was Charlie Finch from Buffalo, New York. He had a running head wound. Wounded severely in the head that constantly run. And he could hardly fend for himself. So I made him a deal. We would watch the stuff and I'll go, hell, I was talking stuff, trading watches, selling to the Germans, selling to other prisoners. Prisoners that had, that's what the irony was to the Frenchmen. They had the most everything because they had French Red Cross forces and they had American Red Cross forces. So they were the richest of all. And someone was in there, you could see, they tell you, guys actually got big and fat like I am now in there. The rich ones, the one with thousands of figures. Guards around them with big sticks, slats under the beds, bunks, as guards, just like you'd see in the movie. Like in all this inside the compound. So for a while in there, I just survived. I kept doing all this kind of thing. And then I had a bout in there. This wound got infected again. And I still had an envelope of that powder. And
Sulfur.
yeah, that sulfur powder left. That German sergeant had left me. And this Englishman, asked if I had any, and I said, yeah. Just put it on there, you're gonna lose that weight. He put it on for me and wrapped it up as best as he could, and it got better. I was walking gimpy on all the time. That it wasn't good. And odor trips, I can smell. And I suppose I was well on the way for gangrene. But compared to others in there, I was tip-top shape compared to people in there. And there was that same guy, the same paratrooper I told you, with no eye, still with his buddy everywhere, holding on to him, holding him all the time. It was some terrible things I saw in there. I saw a man, a guy, this young blonde guy. He'd been hit by shrapnel, and they were all over his head, pieces, and under his skin, and you could see that black iron under there. And he had this all over him. And while he was laying wounded, the German walked up and shot him in the head while he's laying there. And it, instead of killing him, it went in and ripped down around his head and out the other side. Then somebody else come by and shot him again. It didn't kill him. And he was shot again and again, about 4 times. Different people would come right up to him, bend right over, stand right over him and shoot him. And still the guy wasn't dead. And finally
Okay, here we go. Ready to record. You were talking about the conditions and how you were selling boots, and you were talking about this one guy that the Germans kept repeatedly shooting him, and he still lived.
Then another incident that stands in my mind, strangest thing, most unlikely thing that would ever happen. A guy walked up to me. Of all things, that's from my little same town in Kane, Pennsylvania. He was Preston, Bill Preston. And his father was known as Buffalo Bill. He constantly wore the World War I uniform, military uniform,
all these years after the war, and he peddled bills. They used to pass out in those days, in the 20s and the 30s, and the 40s. He used to build. They would deliver
Oh, you mean like
advertising
flyers,
flyers. They were
leaflets.
called bills.
Mm-hmm.
Bill posting.
I couldn't understand what you meant.
Yeah, that's what it was. And anyhow, this guy, and so people made fun of that guy in town. Here was his son of his. And one I always, you'd think is Harvey North was always known as not too bright. And I guess he never graduated from high school. But that's because those people went to work. And I recognized him. He recognized me. And he walked over to me and he says, "Hi, Jim, did you get your buck last year?" Deer hunting. Holy God, a place like that.
Your buck deer.
Buck deer. Did you get your buck last year? I was kind of just so commonplace. And there was a paratrooper. I don't know if it was in a 505th or whatever it was. Heard this and walked over and stood there. And this guy, he asked us, so matter of fact, like we're at some picnic or something. And he said, some idle thing, and he turned around and walked away. I'm just looking at him, and the paratrooper walked over and said, "You know that guy?" I said, I thought he was going to make some smart remark, and I said, "Yes, he's my hometown." He said, and there was about 3 other guys come over with him, buddies of theirs. Now, I don't recall which paratroop outfit it was, but it was someone that was supporting the 29th Infantry, which I did ask this Preston fellow from Kane. And incidentally, he was his father's name, Bill. That was his name too. They said, "You know this man?" I said, "Yeah." And he says, "Well, that man," he said, "he should have the Congressional Medal of Honor." And they said, "We have never seen." He said, "You can't believe what that man done." He said, "In the end, the Germans were begging him to give up, and we're begging him to give up." They were surrounded, the paratroopers, and cut off, and a little platoon or something of this 29th Infantry, 29th Division, whatever he was in. I never got any details of it. And he said, "We were shot to pieces. There's none left. As a matter of fact, you see the survivors of our, whatever it was, right here. And that guy there." And it says, he said that if the Germans were so flabbergasted over this guy that they never killed him, let him go. He said, he must have shot 100 Germans. He said, shoot, holy God, they couldn't move a muscle, and they'd dang him. And they'd scream, and they'd fire, and they'd fire and fire, and they'd try to make a charge. He said, he just cut him down. That M1 just gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They got microphones out there. They spoke to him in English. They gave him all kinds of praise. He said, "We're cheering for him. We're done. Don't the damn fools see?" Yeah, he said, their back was up against somewhere. They couldn't move. He said, "We're done. Everybody's dead. It's a carnage in there." And that fool would not. And they gave it to the guy said, the Germans made this nice speech, very slowly and carefully in English, that to please put his gun, and besides, the guy was wounded.
Bill Preston was.
Yes, he was hobbling around there wounded, 2 or 3 wounds on him. And they tell him, "Now you put that gun down and come out." I suppose something what they told me. But there they did the microphone for everybody. And he said, "Well, I could rightly do that. I'm a soldier." And he, "Oh my, I don't put my gun down." And he says, well, then they would start, they'd make a rush. And he said, no one ever got through that guy. He said, your picture couldn't kill him. No matter what they did. It was the most fantastic story. I tried to remember it,
they were just in awe of this character. Just as a, well, a sad note of this that I remember. See, I had escaped from there and my own deal. I came home, and that guy survived all that. Came home, and there was no one even knew he was home. No one knew he'd ever been. You never saw it in the paper. Very sad. I would try to tell people about this guy. Who? No person. No, half the people didn't remember anything. But I thought about that. No, if they had been where I'd been, and that was just a sad thing. I was sorry I never pursued this thing. To let people know what the guy did. Very sad.
Wait a minute, Jim. Are you ready?
Don't know. See, now it's becoming disjointed because I just don't remember instances that stick in my mind.
Well, you want me to
No.
pry you a little bit and get to the escape part?
Another thing in it. And in that, and now at this time, I have to back up a minute. When I did get to this, I think it was Muhlenberg. One of them, when I got there, they filled out a thing and let you write a note like that you were increased upon a prisoner, and they said that they would send that to the Red Cross. And everybody laughed. Damn if they didn't, because it turned out that Lola had got notified, of course, like all of them, that first that I was missing in action. And then some months later, sometime later, they found out, a month or two later, I suppose they found all the rest of those bodies. And not mine. It gives you a letter notice, must be presumed dead. And lucky she didn't take the 10 grand insurance. She had to pay it back. So anyhow, lo and behold, she got a thing that I was alive. But that's because you weren't allowed to say nothing. I just had to tell them. And we have that at home yet, that little paper that she got. And let me see any other incidents in there. Oh, good to me. Oh, comes to mind. The rations, of course, there was strictly starvation ration. They had a piece of bread, maybe 12 inches long a day, and they had a stick with 10 notches on it. And they lined up the tents, and they cut 10 pieces off of that. And that was your ration. You got ration of bread. That was about noon. And then they had the same thing every night was cabbage, watery cabbage, nothing else, no meat in it. And that was it.
Like a soup?
Yeah, it was supposed to be soup, but there wasn't. You just clear broth. Every once in a while, you'd find a piece of cabbage, please, kind of pitiful. So here. And then this was comparatively, from my understanding from others, prisoners, this was comparatively a good prison camp. And I believe them anyways, because they should know they've been in it for 5 years, since 39.
Oh, I want to ask you a question about it was the English prisoners that were running the camp?
Yeah. They always put somebody in charge to have the internal operation of the deal. And that was British because it was British prison. Well,
but the Germans were there. They were.
Oh, the guards. No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Guards were all around there. But they had them running in the interior, taking message orders from the German, and then they would give them out. And of course, they had an escape committee. Well, as I getting along on this, I figure I got to get the heck out of here because pretty soon I'm going to get so I can't get out. Because everybody kept getting weaker and weaker. And of course, the ones they were dying at a rate of about 14 a day. Every morning they had old dirty uniforms. No, I shouldn't say dirty, they were wrinkled, but clean. And every day they would take guys and make them put on these clean semi-American uniform and march out with the bodies and American flag and bury them. Every morning. So look, and they'd take pictures. It looked good. So they come back in and jerk it back off. There they are. But I watched that stuff. And then I saw, and when I started, I figured I got to get out of here. And this Finch, he couldn't go. Naturally, because he just couldn't go. Couldn't, he was weaker. And he was watching the stuff. I'd trade for bread. And how do you say, how do you get the bread in there? How you got the bread in there if you had the money to buy it? When the bodies went out, when the coffins come back in, they had bread in it. And they take those cigarettes, townspeople, they would go out. They'd go out through the grapevine somehow, and the bread would come in from outside. There's an economy in there that was run strictly by cigarettes. And this one time, I'll tell an incident that I saw. In the middle of the night, as I told you, that the Russians were treated just terribly. The food that we had to us was really starvation. They must have given them nothing because they were dying there of starvation. And now, what I don't know is, one night in the middle of the night, they come and put on the big bright lights, moved all the Russians out in this field, right out in this compound, in their compound with a wire, and then machine gunned them all. She killed everybody. Took a plow in there, a bulldozer in there, scooped up a big pile, buried them all, run the bulldozer over it, said to the American, now you can have a football field in the morning. In the night we're watching it. Holy crap. And then, let me see. They claimed that the Russians ate somebody. They ate one of the dead guys, you know. I said, shit, they probably did. Because they probably did. I don't know. But that's what they said anyhow. But I saw that with my own eye. And then there was, let me see what other, oh, there's a lot. Well, how I got, then I went, yeah. Then they kept telling me, if you go out and want to work, get on one of them work details. And go outside and you get something to eat, you get more to eat. So I floundered around, kept wiggling in there trying to get on one. And one day I did. It would have been, this all happened in August. And this must have been probably maybe September or something like that. Probably early fall, September. I get on one. And we get out and we went to the sugar factory, ostensibly to work. It was nice, guards with you all over. But we went to a sugar factory, and in the sugar factory was run, the one in charge of the prison. There's big tall buildings, I remember, by a railroad track. And they had quarters in there. And there was some old woman, proud that she was to feed you. She gave you rations and that stuff. And there was like big rooms, maybe twice the size of this, with bunk beds in it, real beds, bunk beds. And much better than a prison camp. And there was the one guy who spoke German. Deutsch, you know. But he at least could converse with old Claudette.
Oh, one of the prisoners could speak.
Yeah, one of the Americans.
Yeah.
He was on his feet down there. And it was, I can't remember his last name. His first name was Bill. And just big BS. But he got next to that old German girl, the old woman, old Claudette. And he played her like a drum. Right, he'd trick her and connive things and get lots of stuff being. I was having a ball there. And I did no work. I didn't know what the hell, what I was supposed to be doing. Remember what I was supposed to be doing? Oh, I was supposed to be doing bagging up the sugar from the sugar beet. See, they used that sugar, brown sugar, as it comes from the beet stuff. It's used in explosive somehow. And then they had Poles there working, Polish girls, really young girls in peasant costume. And they were working in the fields. That you saw there. And it was a kind of a, I enjoyed it, crags. I started learning German. And, because I started, it was half bad, but anyhow, I started. And it didn't last very long. Pretty soon, I suppose, when it getting a little nippy, back in this damn logger, they weren't even know. Okay, now I decide I gotta go now or never. So I start making, by now, it's, I'm trying to get this, making noises. I'm always screaming that I'm gonna escape, mouthing off. I'm gonna escape, blah, 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 blah. Wherever I go.
You're back in the camp now.
I'm back in the logger now. That's all over there. Commando. I just mentioned I was out on the commando. That's all they did. And met the most interesting crowd out there. Had a little old man here, German, worked there. Very sly old guy. And he was always talking to us in America. And he says that, yeah, I was in the German army in the First World War. After fighting the Russians in 1917. I never got back until 1928. He said, I joined the Russian Cossacks. And he'd get on a broom and show them. And he'd ride around on his broom and swat them heads up. You know, they were fighting up there all in the 20s. In Russia, those revolutionaries, counter. Yeah, I was in the Cossacks. Funny old guy. And he'd showed me about the mouse and sock. The tri-cornered sack that Germans had in the back. He said, mouse and sock. It's a stealing thing.
Stealing.
Yeah, mouse. You know, we're going to go mouse. You go like this, mouse. You know, like a mouse. It's stealing. And he said, maybe you're going to get one of those mouse and sock. When he'd see a German walk with one of them, he'd say, Yaka, mouse. And he was telling me that guy's going stealing everything, get his hands on. It was a sideline, someone I enjoyed. It was the first physical contact I had with any German. So yeah, and the only
besides the Nazis.
Oh yeah,
the soldiers.
You had no talk with them. And anyhow, back to this. When me going around mouthing, I'm going to escape. One day somebody tapped me on the shoulder. It was an escape committee, the English. It was going in. He had a little room I don't know what the hell grade he was. I suppose he would have been he was probably an officer. I don't recall. He must have been because they had although the regular officers, they don't keep them in with enlisted people. But in this case, it was because the doctor was an officer too. Maybe they had a doctor and the guy in charge. They allowed one officer, and he was kind of supposed to deal direct with the Germans. That's how it was. But anyhow, says you go in there, and there was an escape committee.
They're going to help you escape.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Well, yeah. But you went. They had somebody was supposed to be every logger as a British organizer. They had always some plan someone would try. So I walk in there. The guy says, Yank, you want to escape yet? I don't speak the language. I have nothing. And I'm wondering. It's very strange. And the guy hemmed me out a little bit and he said, well, I'll tell you, to do this, you have to give up your identity. And I said, what? Well, he says, there's a plan here where they have what they call the bad guys that escape over and over again. And the Germans didn't shoot them. They liked that. And so all they did was confine him. That's one guy, his name was very notorious. He's a Frenchman. For years I had a photo of him. And he was from the French Foreign Legion. And doing the desert campaign, and he picked up. The guy still had on, he had the blue pants with the stripe down the leg. And he was the most handsome guy we used to say. White teeth, little pencil mustache, but he was, talk about handsome hair. And He'd escaped. Oh, wherever he'd escaped, he'd end up caught again. He's always going with some bride. He couldn't leave them women alone, and they would get caught again and again. Always with some scheme. So the Germans each time they never did to him, but this time they had these, and then some South Africans from the British Eighth Army, and I don't know, recall now how many. Maybe there was 10 of these bad guys, and so they had taken their shoes off. So they had no shoes.
The Germans put their.
Oh yeah, these guys. That's no shoes. But Christ, they look better taken care of than anybody else. But then, so I'm getting this, and he says, "You'll have a chance to peruse it." Now, one guy in there is already a phony. He's Belgian. He's Belgian, and he's in a German. He's in a British uniform. And his name was. He passed himself off as British. He's learned the language since so he was caught in the desert too. Now, hell, this is 4 years later. Did he speak so fluent English that you swear to God he was English? And he's a Belgian. He says now he's got this mad idea that the Americans are going to win this war, and if he can be an American, some manner he thinks he'll get out and go to the States. So I said, so what's it got to me with me? Well, he says, all he wants to do is get in change places with an American. He'll change places and get with an American. I said, what's that? What's it got to do with an honest man? He says, there's guys in there, compound, in there. Oh, this is the most important part. This little compound that they had was detached from everybody else. It was detached, and it had concrete around it, and maybe 10 foot high. The wall maybe 10 foot high, and then open air with barbed wire on it, and then the roof. And it sat right in between the four corners of the guard tower with the straight sides. So the theory is you got these bad guys right there, by God, they ain't getting out. Using people that they're watching. So I said, so what? Why wouldn't why me? I said, well, this guy who's going to go, hatched this plan was Sergeant Van Niekerk, South African, and the Frenchman. And the Frenchman was only 90 miles away from France, where if we got out of this place in about 90 miles to get into France, his own country. And so the South African, naturally speaking, so he figured they needed a South African. They needed someone who spoke English and English to get through the British. That's him. See, because as you know, the Afrikaans is modern. That's and very close to German, and so and they're bilingual. They all speak English. So the guy spoke German, and he could converse with the French. They talked German together because the French spoke no English. So now they want one American in case they can run through the Americans. The Americans supposed to get them through the deal. Made sense because I know nothing. I said, well, how the hell do they know where they're going? They said, oh, they're prepared.
I'm lost. Now, wait a minute. Why do you have to give up your identity? I thought they were going to have you
For me to get in there. To get in there.
to get into the compound.
For the bad guy. I had to be the Belgian once in here. I went in there.
Oh, you're going to trade
I'm going to trade places. How are you going to trade places? They bribed the guard to buy cigarettes. The escape committee. I'm going to explain that. See, because the Germans thought it was a big joke having everybody locked up, different ones like different nationalities, separate. And all they had was the big gate between them. with the garden was a screen door lock, a little hook and eye. That's all. So you give the guard 4 cigarettes. He just not as tear his back, take his bayonet, lift it up, and let you in there. Thinking, you crazy? You want to go with them? Fine, where you going? That's how I got around all the time from one place to the other when I was peddling and stuff. I peddled to the Serbs, Lithuanians, everybody. I had wristwatches up my arm. I'd deal with out here, take them there, get cigarettes, I'd buy bread and sugar. And my man Charlie Finch kept guarding the stuff while I was doing all that. So I tell a guy I think about it. And he said, it's very risky, but it's a cinch for the guy that got guts enough to do it. And so he says, we'll get you in there and you talk to him. Get you out again. If you want to do it, because they just count bodies. Like every day when they had roll call games, they line them up, super, by 5, super. They count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They could be, who the hell could be there? Anybody. 5 elephants and 5 cards count. So I think about it. So I said, yeah, I'll go take a look anyhow. So I go in. And I meet this Van Niekerk, a real handsome guy. Blonde mustache. And like I already said, he's just like a movie star. And they let him keep them clothes. He had them, his foreign nation clothes, because the Germans admired him. And here he showed me his passport. What's his photo on? Some broad. He got a German passport with his own photo on it, with a big Nazi stamp on it. They had a compass. They had wire cutters. So I explained this to me, and they would talk in German. I said, well, then how the hell are you getting out this wall? And he laughed and said, that's the easiest part. They've been digging on this for 4 years. Just took his arm to hit it like that. And the whole big wall made a gap that wide. They've been digging and digging, but everybody's afraid to step out because you're about 50 yards from the thing. So I said, no, so what's the plan? You know, it's going from one trap. I go from this trap into that trap. And he says, no, watch the light. Only one light come on. Only one. There's 4 on every guard tower. But only one was yours. And it made the sweep this way. And back. And this. Now usually the other one was supposed to cover all the corners. So the guy says, so if you can strong enough, if you think you can come, take your watch and time it. See if you can make it from here to the tower itself. Get right under it. They can't, light won't shine under it. That'll give us time. He pulls up a pair of wire cutters to get out. Well, he said, it would work, I guess. But I said, I want to watch this. And they said, be my guest. I watched 3 nights. And it was just like they said, only that one came on. Oh, now I'm going to put on the shoes too. I said, well, how the hell do we get shoes if I do that? The night we're going to do it, the shoes, the escape committee does. Will come in that suit, in that cabbage suit. Okay, I try. But the guy that when I make the switch, the guy tried to get my dog tags as Belgium, and I wouldn't give my dog tags. I wouldn't let it go. And I had a beret, and as his 5th Army jacket, the sergeant stripes from the 5th Army, 8th Army, British 8th Army. And that's all, but no, I don't give him no dog tags. I still have my dog tags, my paybook, and a picture.
Okay.
All right, now, what I'm supposed to.
You're waiting for your shoes.
So I do this and I make a commitment. And I told his daughter, I let him idea. And I give him a little bit of crap he had that. You might let them phone if you get the violet or what. Don't mind what. I did the same thing. So I watched it and it looked like it was, I figured I could get it back from us. Because here's the funny time. Well, at this point in time, I just come in there, I had a few more minutes. So I figured, dude, hell, they've been in there for a long time. Hell, I had, you know. I can't. The point night was gone. That was the plan. They had a map. They knew where the hell to go. I'm along for the ride only because I'm an American. That's like the only criteria. It was being American, have guts enough to go out there. I could add nothing to this thing. And, anyhow, we did. And when the soup came to use, I got a pair of parachute for me. Probably some post parachute in the mix. That gang shoes is something to go. So I had them on, I put them, the old little shoes on there, guys, but they did. And I think it was at the appointed hour, but I don't recall if it actually was 11 o'clock. But there's no meaning, that's what we're doing. It's and it's like the light finally next to the one in the housing. See, but bread in there, people doing field for it, like steel, or there had to be many people and we know this. The German guards see it going back and forth because we get just damn near to the thing and all of them like. Now, there's a good plan to everybody. But I was the fall, that's no plan, I just run. And I go for the guy there, bringing through all that fire, and they never hit me, they never let it go. The other guy, the South African, got hit in the back, and he fell down on the inside. The other guy got hit, I heard him go, oh, the Frenchman, he's a husband, he just beat me over the top. And when I go over the top, and I fall down the outside, the siren's just gone and all the guns is firing. And here I'm counting on him, I look and here was his lung sticking right out. Yeah, he's gone. When he hands me this picture, it was his picture of his mother. And this photo, and on the back of he goes red, what he was trying to give me, that's all the help I got. And I shoved it in my pocket. Where the hell am I going? I don't know.
You climbed the wall?
The fence.
You went right over.
Oh, Jesus, yes. They're firing at me anyhow. I'm right in Smith. They hit them two guys, but not me. Like I said to them, but they have an umbrella over it. Never got a scratch. Tore right hands up and over and down the other side, and I don't know when got that thing from you. All this bullshit. I can't even converse with the man. They talk together. I would tell him, talk to him in English, he talks to him in German. So what happened? I just just run downhill, hobbling, running, and I run down this hill. Oh, and incidentally, I found that place with my brother.
The hill, the camp,
Place.
the camp.
Yeah, where it was. Markers of it. I went to the railroad track where I was. Anyhow, I run down. At first, I just run down and saw confusion with sirens and all that. I'm not even thinking that they can't see me. I'm telling you, there's two trains coming. I don't know. Any money, any money. Jump in between. You always go to grab it. I think I made one the wrong way. It's not going through France once again. After you know these crap, I called up under there. And they're good swabs. They have, bars down like two pipes coming down like this, pipes glass, that's like bracelets. I get up on them, I break them for them. But
Under the car.
underneath the pipe, I'm gone. And I think, well, I don't know where I'm gone, but I'm alive and I'm gone, and we'll see when he gets there. And no plan, and my legs were broken open all and it's really bad. I'm so broken. And I'm weak actually. We're very weak, but I'm very weak. Yeah. But, only you know, things.
Winter yet? Yeah.
Late November or December, I can't remember which, I don't recall, not far from there, what I recall. Anyhow, I'm laying up there and like I took pitch black, and I'm bumping along, agony and wondering, scared. All of a sudden, start getting light. Didn't dawn on me. So 3-4 minutes. All of a sudden, oh my God. Like, that's it. I'm looking at the ball of fire. My God, I've been riding all night. Oh my, really. And so I rode all that night, clack over there. That's great. Must have been this thing. And I would stop and I'd be panic stricken because see, they didn't, they had the Lincoln pin system where each car didn't have automatic coupling like ours. When you took a railroad car to couple, a brakeman had to go to each one and look at themselves. Soon as someone's gonna come there on with a car, I'm under and they're gonna see me. So, worry how I gotta get off, but how? So it was just getting, I rode that night, doing it all of it explained, with many stuff. Like that, and then each time the steering wheel was there, they'd get in a big hill and drag their truck, you don't understand what they're saying, you know, and it's such a rough language anyhow that they could be blowing kisses at each other, it sounds like they're killing each other or acting it. And I don't know if they have to be, oh, just a wreck. Nothing happened actually. So I go to, it was just getting like the second day. The shooting go this time I'm getting off, but I can't do that again. I'm not gonna be that lucky, because I sat right in the railroad bed, nobody's seen it. You know, the workers going right, they know it, but I can't get it again, sitting off there. So as the train stopped, I looked out, and on the siding, right on my left side, I see sugar beet cars, yeah. Oh, man, there's about five cars. Sitting there, on the side, they're gonna get off of this main line. If I could only get up on one of them, it's getting out of there. Man, I'm getting. And what I didn't know that I was approaching the city of Jersey. It's right now on the Polish border. And on the Neither River, oh my God, you know, I'm very toward. I'm on the act end of Germany. I'm gonna clear on the other end, and I got all that way to go back. Oh, anyhow, I waited, and I got down there, and I crawled over there, and it was like I said, you could just see, you could barely make out, but you could see enough to see. Very second. And I get over there and I crawl up under there. And then I can think of, well, if the guy don't see me, there'll probably just be one break from the back end. Fireman there, one break from the break. 5 city cars, it can only be a couple miles. So meanwhile, if you broad daylight now, broad daylight. And, oh my God, my legs are good. My, oh, I'm in pain now. Shaking. I'm scared, Travis. And I keep thinking, how do I get off of it? Gonna see me when I get off. How do I get off? I just gotta let go and it starts going. Because I think I was the second one from, I called, not in the back, but I called the second. Because I saw them always to stand on the back end. And so the car went around the bend when we made a service, looked out the road, and we went on. Please come to the bridge because it's super tough. And the way they did that, they had a big hole, a big base in the concrete with water. And these cars would go out on a trestle like over that pit. They'd knock them doors open and all the beach would fall down in the hole to get drowned out. Oh, I see that thing. I gotta get off now. So I just turned and I prayed he ain't gonna see me. And I just looked low, let him know over. And I wait, nothing happened. So I'm still shaking like a leaf. And I got up, and I didn't get up, I sat up. Frankly, I couldn't even stand. I sat up, I think, oh. I just.
You're walking?
Well, we just see me, what am I gonna do? I can't get up. Look in this way. Here's a few steps coming. Pinch.
Elisa Henry.
And cute little black Stephens type, the black boots they wore, pleated skirt. There's nothing down. I just go,
You waved at her?
what am I gonna do? I feel like a fool. Big grin. I got a US on this collar, cross rifles on this collar, on this shirt. And the guy says, she stopped. You know, first she just looked down and stopped. And all of a sudden she turned around and walked back. He says to me, what are you, American or English? Perfect English, heavily accented, but perfect. I think, oh, well, dumb. Underground. I think, what a dumb kid, you know. Hey, I'm on the Polish border. So I said, I'm American. And she says, oh, Bolshevik. Oh, infantry. You lie. No infantry here. She's right. If it was infantry here, the war's over, boy. So I said, yeah, well, I said, yes, but I said, I'm a prisoner. I'm starving. I escaped and here I am. And I said, I don't have any weapons. Well, then she says, I said, where did you learn English? And she said, I majored 7 years in English in school. And you're the first person I've ever spoken to besides my teacher. And then he graduated. She's 19 years old. And so right away, she said, is it true that in New York City they have a building that reaches to the clouds? See, that was a big deal in 39. Yeah, that's true. And then she asked me about ice cream cones, so it's been anyway. Finally, she says, well, I got to turn you in last time. She started getting nervous looking around. I said, where'd you come? Where? She said, I'm a stenographer in that sugar factory. And so I said, I must turn you in. I said, well, no, I couldn't turn me in. I said, that's stupid. I'm being behind the lines. And I said, I can't hurt nobody. I'm wounded. I can't even get up. And I said, I'm unarmed. And I said, what good would it do to your country or my country? Just having shoot for what? And she kind of hesitated. She said, well, I said, I'm starving. I haven't eaten for a long time. Finally, she says, well, there are 3 houses down there. you don't get caught in the daytime. You go to that house on the end tonight when it gets dark. And then I'll feed you. And then I'll have to turn you in. I said, well, who's in the house? Your mother and father. No, my mother's dead. Father, old. He's dead. No brothers. Killed. In Normandy.
Mm.
So just you and grandma? Yeah. Oh my. Oh my. So I said, but she said, I gotta go now. And so that was all she said. Well, and she said, you can try to hide, but tonight, and I'll go give you something to eat, and we'll go. And that's all she tore out of it. So when she left, I crawled down off of the tracks into some bushes. And I laid there all day long, scared to death. People walking by the track. And like the old man had told me when I was in the Arbeitskammer, guys, old guys, come by, they come out inside, stealing things, picking up things along the road. You know, these guys can find me this and didn't. Then when it got dark, I lay there all day. And then when it got dark, I thought I'm going down there, and then I keep thinking, it's a trap. She's got guys waiting there for you. And then you step down there, tell me, you know, they calm down. Common sense. If she's going to turn you in, she'd tell her they come down and picked you up hours ago. But still, it's, you know, Christ, creepy. So I stumbled and I staggered and I crawled. And it's hard to see because they kept their shutters shut up. They're not for the bombing. They had the big shutters on. But I got there and I pounded on the door. And when I pounded on the door, first there's nobody come, and I had a beat right over. And then when the door opened, I was expecting the girl full of critics. This old woman was there. She looked like a witch. Her hair was down and they were dragging on the floor. It was in that part of Germany where they had made them big braids. You see pictures of them. They piled it in a great big pile like this on a tabletop. And then I suppose at night they took the crap down. Well, there she was. I see that, and it was lit there, and she starts yelling, you know. What the hell? I'm looking at it. And then the girl comes. And so I'm standing in there, and then I just pushed my way in there, and then they were screaming at each other. The two crowds, we heard her mother, wait a minute, grandma. And I had the warmth in there, and I could smell food, and I passed out. I come to, I don't know, 3 minutes, I suppose. I'm laying on the floor. This old woman was grumbling, and she'd slipped my pant leg up and washed out that crap and put that old black strap woolly salves on. To me, it looked like woolly salves we used to have back years ago. It was black like that. She wrapped it up.
Carbolic.
I don't know what we used to call it. Woolies was the name. Woolly salve. Black as dark, like a piece of dark.
Mm-hmm.
This looked like that. I don't know what, but she put that on. She had a clean bandage, and she brought me soup. Holy grace, a bowl of hot soup, bread, and then she's making noises, going, frowning, kicking at me. And the girl talking to me, and then she says, almost says you can stay here tonight, in the night, but as soon as it gets daylight, we'll turn you in. And I don't argue, I just nod and I go to sleep. And I think, how the hell am I getting out of this? But I went to sleep and I slept. And all of a sudden I get the idea when it comes. She brought me what they call it, Hersut's coffee. It's made out of something green and off what they it was black, but it didn't taste more like coffee. That's all I had in the world. Getting South American coffee. Anyhow, I get the inspiration. I said to Elisa, I said, listen very carefully. I want you to explain this to your grandmother. I says, you tell her, if she turns me in, that I will tell the Germans that she's kept me hid here for weeks. And that if she finally lost her nerve, and that she's been keeping me hid, and they'll take her out and hang her. Oh, she don't want to tell her that. And I said, you tell her that right now. She told that old woman, and oh, like she went wild. Yeah, grabbed the butcher knife. I thought you could have knifed me. Oh, call me Yankee pig, Schweinerei, du Schweinerei, whacking at me and railing hell. It's there. It means to nothing. 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 And all day long, she had to make soup. She, German 7 days a week, and people back in there made soup every day. I pale potatoes for her, peas in it, and finally she grumbled, always grumbled. Finally she gave me a China pullover in the sweater. And it must have been December. I don't remember. Anyhow, one thing leads to another, and then I said to this girl at night, I said, "Where's your German English book?" She said she majored 7 years. She had to put it. So at night I would sit on the couch with the old police and grandma sitting there. And I would practice trying to, be able to converse with German. And daytime I practiced on home. When she wasn't shagging me around, But I could tell she liked me. And finally, we're going, they let me sleep upstairs in this attic. He picked a room up in his attic. I can't go out at the night. My legs start getting better. So I could clear it up. I can't get no exercise. How am I getting out? I could go out at night. We go off and play, a little bit. And we can get caught, don't we? So I'm feeling pretty frisky. I try to find some news. I can't get no news. She gives me the newspaper. I try to read the newspaper. And the newspapers would say, today there was a fierce battle with the North Americans. They don't say where, what's the outcome, such that. But every time I try to talk, there's the deal. So one night I sneak down from the attic into Lisa's bedroom. The old woman catches me. Oh my. Yeah. I'm staying here, the Germans in winter war. Und sie bleibt hier bei uns. Und sie bleibt in Deutschland für immer.
What's that mean?
Germany's going to win the war. You're going to stay right here and live with us, and you will live with Germany forever. You and me are with Lisa. Oh my. Oh my. Now, okay, that's it.
Because she fought you in Lisa's bedroom.
Got me going there. So, okay. So now, that's it. So now I don't tell her that I'm married. I don't tell her the woman that I'm married. I still have Lois' picture in my. So all the time, I still got that damn thing. 50-some years old now. Anyhow, she won't let me talk about it. Whenever I try to bring out the bud, Germany ain't going to bring the war, no talk. She would never let me start on it. Let me give me a way to get into her. No way. So one night we're sitting in there, and every once in a while when the bombers couldn't get through to their target, either it was obscured or the flak was so heavy that they couldn't get through, they would just unload the bombs wherever they had. Who do they care what? They just dump everything, pull the chain and dump it. Price no matter where it lit, but lit nowhere or lit on the heavily populated city. People didn't matter, just dump it. Emily was one of them nights, because holy smokes, we were out in the boondock, and then the whole house started shaking. Every night you heard about. And I'm going like this, and I'm sitting on the couch. And the whole boy sitting on a chair over there opposite me. And I said, I could see she was getting scared. And I said, oh my. I said, did you ever hear of Henry Ford? I said, Henry Ford. Wrong. First time she ever said that. And then and I said, and I asked her again, did you ever hear of Henry Ford? Finally, she said, yes, of course. Autovision. So I said, he makes one of them every 20 minutes. Every 20 minutes they come out with the guns firing, and they did. I said, that's one plant in Detroit. And we got factories all over. I said, forgetting that and this is the first time she never let me go on before I never get that far. She shut me up. And she says, now that I have her attention, I said, now forget that I'm American and you're German. Shouldn't I know more about it than you? I said, have you been in America? No. I said, have you been to the front? Oh, I said, all right. I'm an American. I live there. I fight at the front. I can see what we got and I can see what you got. Now, shouldn't I know more about it than you? And she said, yes, it's common sense. I said, all right. I said, I don't know when. I said, we waste more than you have. I said, to get the bright fire, you put enough coal on it, you put the fire on. Just keep putting the coal. I said, guys like Henry Ford, we have. We make more than you got. More than you could ever shoot down, more than you could ever burn, we got, and we're coming with it all. So I said, I don't know when. Next year, 2 years, it's inevitable. You're going to win. Americans will be right here. They're going to find me here with the lease and you. They'll drag me out, hang me right out front. So I said, look, I said, if I can get out of here, if I could get a map and get out of here, I can get back through here. Somehow I get through the lines and I get back to America, and I promise you, I'll take you to America. I'll take you, at least to America. Talked a little while, him and her, and the next day she says, okay. I tell the girl, give me a map, for Christ's sake, I need you wear a map. Where the hell is Girditz? Is that town? Where is that? Man, not far from Poland. So she got me a map and an overcoat from, I'll explain how she got this overcoat. In the plant itself were French soldiers, trustees. They were trustees. They didn't have no armed guards. It was must have been like on the, when I was in the commando, when I was on the Arbeitskommando before, because these guys had French Red Cross parcels would come for them. And in there, they had uniforms.
Oh, in the sugar beet factory.
In the sugar beet factory. Now, the girl tells me this. I never saw them. And she, the French soldiers. And she tells me, and so the Germans had made a market. The Germans made the French wear a triangle, black triangle on his clothes. It's stamped. The Polak or the yellow made them yellow diamond. The Russians, they made the painted on the back, SU on the back. Well, I was very jealous of them. How convenient for somebody that knows they already marked for me. Who the hell are not a German? It's another story. So she got me. That's the French parade. The French parade. She gave me the French parade, and the French overcoat, long army overcoat. She traded bread. It's the coat, and I didn't have nothing. I'd take nothing from them because they were rations were getting shorter, shorter, shorter. They, guys could see it. They were getting, they only couldn't scrounge hardly anymore, only because they lived out in the country like that. She had butchered a pig while I was there. Oh, this is important. And while I was in the cellar, when they came for the horse and baggie,
And butchering the pig.
oh yeah, and these men arrived in a horse and buggy, and they took their aprons off, they're old codgers, and they butchered it, and they made bluebirds, they drained the blood and boiled the blood, they had a fire there. And they divided up, and so much went to the state, she was to get the rest. And it was laughable because all she got it looked like a couple of ropes, and the rope was all cut and gone. Well, why this is important is later on when I had got through the lines and got out in Paris, I had told that story because they had the press there at this hotel, SHAPE headquarters in Paris, at Eisenhower's headquarters, and they had me tell that pig story. I said, why? They said, you tell that story. And if you do, we'll send you home by air. Oh, well, I didn't get it. Why? Propaganda. Our propaganda what comes out from Radio Paris. If you talk about them on such a day, you're to use his name. Did you know the butcher's name? Yeah, good stuff. Beautiful. That's what we want. You just say this. We wanted anything that was actually true. It had to be true. If you know the name, think how it would sound. At Radio Paris, as they broadcast every night. Hey, Gustav, you down there by Helmsdorf. See what you're good at. In Helmsdorf, you butchered that pig the other day, and Frau so and so only got so many pieces. I said, what group was that? That was nothing happened. Oh, they'll hear that. They hear that, and it scares that we're everywhere. How would they know that Gustav really did cut a pig, and she only did get that? They must be everywhere. There's spies everywhere. That's the kind of things they use. And so I did that. Yeah, I jumped ahead of myself. Anyhow, oh my, where was I?
No, you're falling asleep, man. You have to stay awake because we have to finish this.
Yes.
We've got to at least get you.
Yes. Get me
Okay.
the hell out of this.
Okay, now you've got Anna went and got you a coat,
Oh yeah, okay.
and she's supposed to get you a map.
She got me the map,
Your French beret.
and a beret and an overcoat, and that was it. So I took off of it sometime after Christmas. It was after Christmas because I spent Christmas there. If I'm not mistaken. And I took off. And that winter of 44 was one of the coldest winters on record. And here I'm out there stomping. How the hell I ever got out of there, I'll never know. I went, how it worked was, at first I tried to go at night. Of course, that don't work. Bogs bark and all these drags. And then secondly, I find out that any civilian out at night was going to be shot, German or otherwise. So the thing is, go in the daytime. Because they didn't like to move in the daytime because we had air superior. Air was all over the place at that late in the year. So I started going, and how I ate the sugar beets were piled and covered with manure to keep them from freezing. They still do that back in there. You can say it for this state coming up. Still snow. Yeah. They kept potatoes that way and sugar beets. I ate raw potatoes, raw sugar beets, and I carefully watched these ones crowds had marked on them. These pull mark? Oh, mark, they were so equal. See the diamond? Oh, he's got no love for these crowds. I walked right up to him. Tell him. And see the head of the thing. Always some bread, something. Where's the next commando? next town. You tell me. And I just worked at it and I kept going.
So you're walking through an area where they're raising a farming area where they're raising
Oh,
the
hell,
beets,
yeah, it's all farm.
to go to this factory, and they have these prisoners of war working there
Yeah.
with the
sure.
markings on their coat so that you knew.
Oh, you know who you're talking to because they're out wandering around. Poles. I told you.
Yeah.
I see a guy walking with a triangle. He's not a German. He's French. They wanted the dog to differentiate. Well, that was just fine with me because I could walk right up safely, walk up and tell them. Then one time, and so by the hook or crook, I kept walking. I walked clear across Germany. I walked from there to the Rhine. Holy God. Anyhow, all kinds of other incidents. I'm getting tired of it. Anyhow, on one occasion, I really got scared with. There was a German walking with the Frenchman, and they're coming right at me on a footpath. And then there was a little narrow road about as wide as this, where the oxen pulled his carts, and they rode motorcycles and bicycles. I seen them coming. It was too late to avoid them, but it was because a German soldier with them. But here, buddy. They're actually giving each other lights for their cigarettes, and they're talking. And soon I hear I appear to be one of Frenchmen. I couldn't. I don't know nothing. I couldn't speak one word of French. I didn't know how to answer him. And I know it's coming up. What's going to do? He says something to me in French, and I stand and can't answer him. I'm supposed to be a Frenchman like him. I wore the same clothes as he did with the beret and the triangle, black triangle on there. Oh, I was ready for him. My mind was going. Gets right to me and he says, "Ça va?" And I said, "Wann wir in Deutschland, wir Deutsch sprechen."
When you're in German, speak German.
Ja, das richtig.
What does that mean?
Yes, that's right.
Mhm.
That's correct. Boy, oh boy, he gave me the hardest look at Frenchman. I just kept right on going.
Here you go.
Imagine that. Oh, there goes then there was another one. Yeah. Well, one of my first experience, don't go in the night. Besides blundering and dogs barking and making noise, how the hell do you see? And I had a Zippo lighter, old Bradford PA Zippo lighter with no fluid in it. So I shitting up the street, the road sign, a yellow road sign, and flicking the lighter, the flint, to try to read the name of the door, the next door.
Down.
Yeah, village there. The little ones are village doors, the little ones are them. Yeah. Anyhow, I'm up there flicking this light, and all of a sudden I hear, and I hang on. There's a German patrol on bicycles coming by, and I'm hanging on the damn pole. I get down here, and I waited, and it seemed like there must have been 100 lots of them there were. I'm hanging up there like that, and here I was flicking a damn light. How come no one to see me? Well, they wouldn't have believed it if they did see it. Dumb Yankee up a pole flicking a lighter at the night. Well, anyhow, so I turned off of this because it was a street going into this little door. But luckily for me, I had remembered the door because I was going to look on the map where the hell I'm at. I just floundered to the east, always out to the west and to the west. I live that way. Many thousands miles. So I'm going along now, thinking, oh my God, I'm lucky. I'm kind of blundering. Here, I had gotten halfway. The village streets were just along with the little houses right along the village. I don't know, maybe 20, and you're out the other end of it. I'm about halfway down through it, and someone goes, coughs like that. Lit a cigarette. Oh, Jesus, he's from there to there. I mean, his troops are quartered in there. They always say, we're going outside, and here I'm blundering right in front of it. So no one said nothing because it's dark. I could see they hear me. I just keep clumping. And I, oh, Jesus, let me make this, let me make, how did they do this? I can't turn around and go back. That means every house had one. That's what they did. They'd come to the house and tell them, you're building soldiers, and you do. Just like they did 300 years ago. And I got the next to last house. I didn't get away with it. And this guy yelled at me. And I don't know what to do. He yells again, and I just pretend I didn't hear him. I can't think of what to do. Finally, shine the light on. So I put my hands up real quick. This, I knew on Sundays from being at there that they allowed all these workers to go visit among each other on Sundays on the day off. But they had to be back by dark or they were shot. So, and it's Sunday, I know it's Sunday. So, and I knew the town because I had just, not 5 minutes ago, looked up and saw that town and this town. I knew the one in front of me, the one in back of me. Imagine how thick I thought it was. All this, but time he came to me and I told him I was Franklin. I was in Germany speaking from Georgia. And I was laying with the girl in the farm. And I named it, I followed by the farmer and I named the town behind me. And it got dark and I was afraid to go home. So I waited until late in the night. And I'm going, where to? I'm going, and I need that one in front of me. And the guy's laughing and laughing, talking about the goddamn Frenchman. Always got a broad somewhere. Just kicked me in the ass. I went down that street, and then never again did I go in the night. That's the whole rest of the trip, broad daylight. I walked through Germany in the middle of the war, daylight.
Well, now, where did you end up? I mean,
when I said going, it just kept going on. And then I went and fell into the ditch. I ran until I was exhausted. I fell in the ditch, and I laid there all that night. I was so scared. I was afraid to go out in the morning again. I laid there another day, half a day.
I meant after you walked across Germany, what did you do? How did you get back to friendly people?
Part of the story. It's coming.
It's coming?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and that itself is very, very hairy.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, so I got away with that. And the rest was just treasury. And I keep getting weaker and weaker. Because what happens when you get to the Thüringer Wald, Thüringer Forest, there's no more Arbeitskommandos. They're all in the woods. No more coop piles full of raw potatoes that would eat. And I'm starving. And I was in Thüringen. And by that time, I was out of map now. And that was so goddamn huge. She stole it up at the wall. And I folded up my coat was like this. Folded. It was such large scale map of Mittel Europa. And I was off of it anyhow. And now I'm just going west. But I was doing it right. I was following the autobahns. Not getting on. Following was a guy taking east and west and north and south. And so I just get on the one and going west and so I go to Leipzig, Dresden, Erfurt, Gotha, hey man. Bombing attacks. I was in Gotha. That's a big one. They firebombed Dresden. Oh, Dresden was in there. I knew. Right blue sky. You see them Yankee planes. And they unloaded and such devastation. And I'm not going down the shelter. With all the crowds, I laid out front. I thought I'll lay out in the street. Here comes a crowd yelling at me to go in the shelter. But down that hole, with all the Germans in there, you nuts. I don't go, he shot at me. And I went. Just took his guy, bam, hey, down the chute I go. And I needn't worry. It was full of soldiers, it was full of everybody who happened to be out. Everybody's so goddamn scared. No one talked, no one looked at me. I don't talk, they know nobody talked. Okay, now, oh, that was the thing. I get up out of there. The place, of course, is a shambles. Everywhere I'd go to be a clock grab me to help me dig in the rubbish. I'm standing here, my condition, and I'm going to be digging for these sticks in it. No way. I'd pretend a little bit and I'd go. And that was a mess. That took, uh, what other incident? Oh, the back to when I got to the end of the line. That was the only real thing where that was. I got Boulder, I would go right down to the main stem. When I got in the stern a while, I didn't realize, but I was a little boy. I'd gone the long way. Blurry or not, now is the last of my last legs, but I was, I was in these woods this day, and now I'm not going anywhere. I'm being weak. And it now becomes spring because it was now March. The patches of snow, bare ground, and the sun felt warm. And on one side of the, I must have been just on the edge of it, because one side of it was still farms. But now the road's constantly congested with people, so I have to walk off of it because they're just people. Well, here, for example, there'd be parts coming, German civilians walking it. Then I'd see soldiers. Uh, I don't know what they call posting, which would be like, to me, I thought they were guards. In other words, just with rifles, but as individuals walking. So how am I going to go on there? It's a wide footpath. And so I'm going slower and slower, walking inside. You know, all of a sudden, from broad daylight, I started getting hallucinations. I see my mother standing in front of me, offering, big turkey for Thanksgiving dinner. And I look, geez, you're dinging. So I sat down a while and I stumped her and I sat there and all of a sudden I got going again. I took 10 steps and I see the Greek, the hot dog, ladle on a hot dog, putting that old sauce with a hot dog. Looking, God damn it. Jerk, about then you're gonna fall over and you're gonna lay here dead. So I thought, well, shit, I fall over here dead. No one ever know what happened to me. He's fine bone. At least I'm going down right out in front of God and everybody. I just stepped out on that thoroughfare and Christ people. And I didn't take 10 steps and I fell down. First guy comes to me and pulls me over. CC Lewis in the collar and goes, he's a pole. Drags my ass. Collar first right off of the road. How lucky. And he could have been anybody of all the people. Here, the guy, he was my own age, 21-year-old pole. I can't remember his name now. He had given me pictures and I lost him over the years, unfortunately. But when I come to, he's squatting over me. And speaking languages, Christ, and I couldn't speak any, I spoke English, no. And he spoke French, he spoke Russian, and Christ was well off to know English. And so we spoke, remember, I'm only speaking Kokomo for German, but the little bit that I had learned, but it was enough to know the directions, enough to converse. If you're not sure, it's not his tongue either. He's given me some pretty important scoop. And I hope I'm understanding it right. But anyhow, I explained to him, he said, how did I get there? How did you get there? And I told him where I come from. And he said, oh, my. How you did that, I don't know. He said, the only reason you're here and you're alive is we're looking for you. That's all. I explained that I went the wrong way, because in Germany, you don't go anywhere, they'll find you. They're looking for you. But by me going the wrong way, then they're not of action for a couple of months with the Hensers, God rest their souls. Then, and so he said, you stay here. And he says, I'll be back. Don't move, don't go out there again. And I tell him, I had that full response. He said, yeah, I know. And in a little while, he come back. And I was, the sun had gotten warm, how it says it was a day in March. The sun had gotten warm and the bugs started biting me. I must have been so lousy. I had every kind of I had lice, ticks, bed bugs, whatever creepy crawly thing there was. And I started digging, and he got me a twig. And I was digging, my head cut up. And he says, I'll be back. And so he came back in about 15 minutes, and he said, see those two Germans over there? Are those in the field plowing? One side was plowing, this side was the woods. When I say on the side of the woods, because they're not German, they're Poles. And he says, there'll be a girl coming by here with a big bucket of soup. And so she'll sit it here, and you reach out and grab it. And don't be afraid, they'll see you, but that's what he told her Pole. And I said, you read it and put it back, and she'll come and pick it back up. Well, how was their dinner? Their child. They don't eat that day, see? And he says, and they just sit there, and the girl will take it and go. And wait till you see her again. Don't sit it out there. Wait till you see her. So that happened. Oh my God! Oh my! It's fighting you, fighting God. And he gave me a crust of bread, and he gave me green tobacco, horrible tobacco, and newspaper, and we rolled it up and had a smoke each of us for that. And he says, I said, well, who are you? And he says, well, I'm the head of the underground for this area. I said, what's all the Poland doing? And he says, well, in 1939, when they overrun Poland, they took whole villages. They killed all the males. They took the young children and women and brought the whole villages back in here to Germany to work. And put us in a village here. And it's all Poland. And it's guards around the village. We live there. Sheesh. So he says, and I'm the underground. We do what we can. We sabotage this and that. And he says, now, do you know the Marshallet? He whistled it. And I said, yeah. And he says, okay, tonight, there'll be men coming. I'll be with them. 4 men come. You stay here, hidden, don't move. Right where you're at. When you hear that whistle of Marshallet, you come out. And he says, we'll put another coat on you. I'm going to take you into the town and get you food. Basically, you can make it. You've come so far, we're going to see you're going to make it. That far. And he said, you don't have far to go. I go, oh. Turns out I said, I got to have a map. I don't have a map. Get you the map. Okay, so come by, lay there all day. She'd sleep. And after that, me, oh my. Felt like someone pumped in your veins. Then I started getting scared. It's dark, cold. I'm laying there. And I think, geez, but why I had to go out there like that? And he explained all this to me, but even so, I was scared. He said that they had me put a black overcoat on, civilian overcoat, and a belt hat, civilian. I fought it like I wouldn't have it no other way. They said, and then when we get in there, he explained this to me. Now, he's telling me this in German, which is not his tongue, certainly not mine. And he says that 2 will start a fight. When he starts a fight, the Germans won't shoot. The old guy had been guarding for a year. He'll hit him, but he won't shoot him. When doing that confusion, him and the other two guys will push me right past them, let the fight go on. We'll get in. We'll go out of different, and we must be gone before light. So I'm out in the middle, and they were drunk, and they put cognac all over it, vodka. Like a really drunken singing, letting the guard hear him coming, you know. And then started a fist fight, and just like he said, the old crowd screamed and yelled and hit him with the butt of his rifle, poked at him. We were gone. Well, what an experience. I go inside this village, and the first thing I meet, you know, it's all shuttered up like every place else in Germany. And I open the door. First thing is a young girl with a babe in her arms, crying like a baby, bringing this guy in here to Germans to kill him all. And she's crying. They shut her up. And they take me upstairs. Everyone, they said to me in French, Vive la Marie, Vive la Marie, pound on my back. And they start stripping me down, taking all my clothes off. And they had a big tub of water right in the middle of the floor, big old wash tub full of water. They carried water, and had this girl give me a bath, this young girl, 18 years old. I was very embarrassed. Skinny old scrawny, buck naked, all them guys sitting around, and this girl, all she could say, Shirley Temple. Shirley Temple. There I'm sitting in the tub, one Pollock cutting my hair getting long. Had it with buff in my shoe. They'd taken that uniform, was getting them bugs out of it, and they were one of them was washing it, and one of them was drying it over the stove, ironing it. And this Pollock had given me, and then they started arriving. People would come to this house and clump up the stairs, and there was this guy taking up a collection in a bed. They passed by me, each come and kiss me on the cheek, and they would lay their little offerings on it. They would lay an egg, see the stuff they could steal. And this one would have each one a piece of bread, some lump of sugar. It was pretty, but they didn't have nothing. And they were putting all that in the piles growing. This guy's and each one had to come kiss me on the cheeks, and down they would go. A steady stream. And all I was sitting there buck naked. But she said it was funny as hell. And then they had one guy was buffing my boots up. Pair of boots, shine them up. And then the guy, you know, shaved me. And they finally get ready to get it. They said right away. And German see where the whiskers went in. They know you belong to them. They don't allow no whiskers. God love their souls. I hate goddamn whiskers with a passion. And so at the end of that, end of this time, they had these guys do the same thing out of a different end, but without incident. And he takes me to, and then these guys are carrying all my loot. The hat full of eggs. I had something like 18 eggs, raw eggs, you know. And the last came the whores. And they brought bottles of wine, a cigar, and real piece of meat, a piece of wurst from wherever they were in these compound. So he was a busy little bee. And see, he was going out all over. There was this American in to come to that place at night and to bring something. He told him that I had come from the east, and came all the way, and I'm going to go the rest of the way. And so he says it will take time. This was on, he said it's Wednesday. But I will come to him every day. He takes me to this building. We go out and there's a big barn. Well, open. No doors on it. Slip right through it. Some farm machinery there. Wagons, cutters. Upstairs was a haymow. And so, because it stands right out in the open, what do you buy? You go up in there, hay and stay up there. And I will come every day, twice a day. I'll come. I'll get you the map, and then every day I'll talk to you. You cannot move till Sunday. It says Wednesday. By the time you eat them eggs, keep sucking those eggs. And then he started away and said, "Oh, there's an old German comes here to get hay." And they said, "Don't hurry, he's a good guy." He says, "Stay in the back, don't hurry." So he said, so I believed, Man, anyhow, what happened was, he's the guy that brought me up to date, showed me a handbill. First, it was dropped by planes on Castle. Castle. Yeah. And it was in all the languages and English. Everybody get out of Castle. They devastated and we're going to come there. We're going to attack them. He said, I got to go there. I got to go there, and I'll get there, it'll roll over me. Hmm. So I tell him I want to go. There's a man. It's coming. Well, it came next trip. Blood all over it. Jesus, don't wet. I go.
Okay, so you're in the tool barn in the hay.
Oh yeah. And so every day he'd explain. He said that told me about about this problem. He gave me that, and I said, well, give me more of this because it was in English. And he kept saying, when Sunday comes, he told me about the deal that I already know about, that when they allow them to go to other villages, to other Arbeitskommandos to visit. And during that time, we'll carry you to the right road. And you can see where you're on the map. And you go, and that road will go to Castle. And then meanwhile, every day he'd come and spend an hour at his lunchtime. The Polish girl, the same girl, would tie that bucket of soup. These guys are giving their soup up every day. And she would tie it on that rope coming down from the hay mound. I'd pull it up and drink it, put it back down there. 1 o'clock, she'd take it back. Then 2 Polacks out there didn't have no soup all the while I was there. Be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Okay. Then he explained this to me. Now, why I'm going into this. Without these details, I would have never made it. He told me this, frightening as it was. He said that, again, the only reason that you're here is because there's no one looking for you. So if you're caught, you must kill him and bury the body. I said, why? He says, here's the reason. Now, they have these old people, the Volkssturmer. Some of the uniforms, they just got a helmet. And they just got 4 or 5 shells. And they're put them out guarding the bridges. And a lot of them they put out there and they disappear. They just, they go home. Out of here. A lot of the Germans keep saying them old men from World War I. Yeah, he gives 5 shells and we're going to be out here guarding this bridge against Americans coming with tanks. And he said, so if you're caught, you can't get out of it, you must kill him and hide the body. They will merely think that somebody else deserted. Because if you just run away, they'll get you right away. Can't hide from it. So, but I'm only half listening to it. But at least I am listening. But it sounded, okay. And what else was he told me? Oh, he told me that they had seen paper telling them that the town was going to be, it was devastated already. And he said that it was going to be under artillery fire. Right, can't be under artillery fire, man, that's not fire. And they told him such and such a date. Well, they don't bullshit, they don't dare. You have in this propaganda business, It has to be true. It doesn't work. The first time you say something and don't do it, well, so I said, well, if they say they're going to go on such and such a day, they will do that. I told the guy. So anyhow, I ate all those eggs. I just, cut and sucked. And I have never eaten a raw egg since. But I ate them all, and honest to God, you don't know what that done. It just gave me such strength. It was just like, I can't describe it. I had 4 days laying up there in that hill. I'd be eating raw eggs and black bread. Once in a while, there'd be a little bit of butter on it. It was fantastic. And each time he'd give me a lecture, this young kid, tell me what to do, what not to do. Well, the appointed day comes Sunday, and that was my plan, just get the castle, and then try to hide until, if they're going to attack it, if I can survive the deal, well, then I'll be among them. That was the rough plan. So on appointed Sunday, they came to carry me. When he said carry me, I didn't think they meant literally. Carry. I tried to get down Paris. Carry the big pull up. Saved his strength. Carry me. Saved his strength. You're gonna go. Pull up. And there was something else. Good to be over the fence. We come to the fence. So I try to go. You saved his strength. They want Yankee to go. Okay, so what I told this guy, I said, well, you're coming. And I said, when this passes over, I don't know when, but they'll be here surely in a month. I said, the first officers to you hold it. I took that U.S. off of my collar over there, and I wrote a note. I said, you wait till you see me make an officer, make sure it's an officer, a commissioned officer. I said, and you give them this. And I says, and they'll take care of you. Because I told them on the date and that I had escaped prisoner from long ago, the following year before, and that the bear, at great risk to himself and his friends, had hidden me and killed for me and done everything for me to make sure that I got out of here and to take care of them. And I signed my name and serial number and I gave it to them, and that was it. Well, they took me there, like I said, lifted me over this and that, and they finally put me down on the deal, and I took off. Okay, now I blunders into this town, walked right into Görlitz. Görlitz. Castle. And the railroad tracks were sticking straight up in the air, and it was just glass and tumbling, and nobody around. And I walked right down to the main street. I go right through the center, and I come down this corner, and there's German combat troops pouring cement intersection, pouring cement fortification. Why didn't no one stop me? I didn't see nobody in the store, nobody there. Someone was I turned around and go up another block. More so here they were pouring concrete around a big tank, probably no more gas, so they're going to use it as a pill bottle. Everywhere I would turn like a rat in a trap. Combat troops laying barbed wire across there. No one stopped me, no one hollered, hey, who are you? No one said, yes, no, or go to hell. I just turned around and went right back out around the side and went south. As far as I could get away, I just kept going south, 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 and then swung right to my right. Figured I got to be out of here. Well, I did this part all about in one day. And then this gets bad. I'm trying to walk that night in the shadow because it was real bright moonlight. Just you could read a newspaper, but on the other side of the road it was shadow. So I want to go over the other side of this road. And boy, I was careful. I would just go ahead. I'm so keyed up if I can get out of almost a year, and I've got to be close because I swore I heard artillery fire. I saw planes definitely driving strafing, and they only don't strafe more than 25 miles ahead of the troops. Normal thing. So I lay there and I listen, and I listen. If I hear a sound, listen, okay. I stand up and I go and I just get right in the middle of that thing. And it's like, oh. And I remembered my experience back on the other end when I told them I was French. So I think I'm going to tell them, not tell them, but I tell them I'm going to take a chance if I'm that close to France. What if the guy speaks French? So I told him I was close. Guys from the East, he spoke German. He had me in Polish. He switched to Polish. Boy, oh boy, he knocked me ass, knocked me in the ass. Bam, down I go. Oh, he was a mean SOB. And then I tell him, want to know where I'm coming from, and then finally I had to tell him, so he started knocking me around a little bit. And then I told him I was American. And he said, where did you learn German? And I said, my people are German. And they spoke German at home. But I, tried to soften the guy up. There was no way. And so he's pushing me down this road. And I keep remembering what the pull up told me. You got to off them. You got to do them in. And you don't want to do that. I mean, anyhow, I tried a couple of times to say, and I was limping already. My leg, I was really limping. But I don't know how far have I got to go. By God, knife this guy, and somebody's going to come right now.
You had a weapon.
The knife, big butcher knife she gave me when I left the old girl. I had a big butcher knife in the boot, and I hunched. I was walking. I kept favoring my leg, and every time I figured he had no mercy. He would just clap, and he started jabbing me the blade back. And he was mean. And so I keep telling him, as I keep hobbling down, I keep working it up. I get my hand on it, and I pull it up. And I pull it up under my overcoat. In my hand, I had it in my hand.
The knife.
Then I lose my nerve. The last minute. Then I'm afraid, like they said, how far is he? So finally I says to the guy, this leg is killing me. Whack me again. I said, how much further? I don't know if I can go much further. And he says, 2 kilometers. Oh shit. It's almost a mile. I said, okay, now. So I don't know how long he'd been here. When did you let me leave? So I said to him, it's cold. You need grunt. Then he answered. Grunt, hit me again in the back of the neck. And I said, in our army, we have to stand 2 on and 4 off. Understands anyone. He says, she has for Boy Scouts, we stand 4 on, 4 off. Now if I find out how long you've been out there. So I stumbled on, kept limping and grabbing. Pretty soon, I asked him how long you stand. He didn't answer me. Then I afraid to keep picking at it. No. Longer. I said, oh, it's cold. He said, he was here an hour. Get 3 more hours. And if he could take it, I could work. I said, wait. I got 3 hours. So one more time I tried and okay. So when I'm walking, I'm looking at the shadow of the bayonet going, he's walking just like I said, with like daylight. And so all of a sudden I put my hand out and I just kicked up by the bayonet and swung as hard as I could around and took it right in the throat. Oh shit, the blood flew all over my coat. Flew all over the ground. And then I run. And I run. And then it was just like screaming in my ear, that kid's voice. Got to bury him. Got to bury him. If they're looking for you, they'll find you right instantly. I had to force myself to go back. I go back and I get him. And I take him by the heels and I drag him out in the cloud. Fresh cloud in March. I put him in the burrow and I cover him up. Okay. Now I go back. How about the blood? How I see dark spots, which is blood and which is mud. I don't know. So I take my overcoat and I put mud in it. I would carry it and I would dump it overcoat at a time till I had mud. Am I getting it all? But dark. Is that mud or is that blood? And all this time, screaming. And there was no cloud, just bright as day, and yet a wind howl. Wind going through the wires, spooky. Oh my. Oh my, this was heart pounding, get it. So, but I did it religiously. I did it, and I carried it maybe 10 feet from where I knew the exact spot was. Make sure that there might be a big pile of mud there. And it might go for 10 feet, but there's no blood. It couldn't be because I put it about that big. And I started to run. I ran. Until I fell down. And I felt exhausted and I fell asleep on this hump of ground. It's daylight. And I look around and Christ, on top of this knoll, all grassy knoll. And I don't hear nothing. I can hear planes way back there. I hear planes, see them driving. All of a sudden, here comes a whole pile of German vehicles coming from that direction. And they come down, pull into the woods across the way from where I'm at. In the bivouac. They keep coming, hiding in the woods. All I got to do is stay alive. I stay here. There's a fight coming. These guys are driving them down. I'll stay here and let this whole thing go over me. I'll be on the right side. Okay, so all day long I see that. Every once in a while they'd come out of the woods. The SOBs, they'd put up a Red Cross flag. And go, command vehicle would go tearing back down the road with a big Red Cross, waving a big Red Cross flag. I look, I could see it's a command vehicle. We're doing that all day long. And then during the night when I couldn't see, I could hear tanks over. I could hear a clank of tanks over. And so then all that night, and in the daytime, one of them Jeeps took off down the road like that, and our planes were strafed 150 yards from me. They strafed him and shot him up. They run in the bank and it burned. So I figured it gets dark down there and I got to get again. The driver always carries a rifle. I get me a rifle. So when it got dark, I crawled down there. I found a tube of cheese and there was no gun in the vehicle. It all burned, but there was no gun in it. And I started away and there was the rifle. Throw it out and stuck the barrel down in the dirt. I pulled it out, got up there with it, and I cleaned it out, and there was 3 or 4 shells in it. And I cleaned the mud out of the bore. The straws kept sticking out. He said, "Yeah, now I got a gun." I take the overcoat off. Took the French overcoat off. And I still had just a shirt on. I kept it. I covered up when it was cold. But now being a full uniform, I can't say I'm a spy and I got a gun and I'm a soldier. And I have dog tags. Still had the pay book and my picture. Most picture. Well, I sleep fitfully all night. I hear through the night. I doze off, sleep. Just daylight, I wake up. Oh, man, this is the days of day. I can hear all the rackets. Hear, fighting in the front, sporadic. All of a sudden I turn and look, oh, Christ, here comes some German soldier. They see me, they're coming right at me. They're only about 75, 100 yards away. I look, and what are they doing? Here's what it was. The one guy in the center had a map board, and he was mapping the avenues of approach, plotting for. I recognized after a while he was doing plotting for their artillery. whenever they could, when they withdrew from someplace, they'd go through them gullies and then plot them because they know that's where you're going to be, and they would fire them. That's why, when I was always talking about how active they're in firing, that they know where to fire. So, but when I see them coming, I don't know what to do. They see me, and so I had this stupid idea. Well, I got this French guy. This don't look like American guy. Big block, And it was a captured French guy because it was written. It was from a German soldier, but they had a captured French guy. It was written in French. So I sit there like this, holding him away from me. Yeah, because our guns are much sure, it's desperate for something. And so they keep not coming direct. They're coming direct, but kind of ambling this way. And the two guys on the end had Schmeisers, and then there was a guy with the map board, was the obviously the wheel, and then the other two guys just had rifles. And so there was 2, 4, 5 in him. And anyhow, they get close enough, my nose something happened, and the guy always at me, Morgan. And
What does that mean?
this morning, good morning.
Or morning.
Good morning. Instead of saying Guten Morgen, I said Morgen. Good morning. This morning. Then the guy says, one of my Anaheim. What out there? What's the organization? I didn't know how to cross remember. I couldn't say B company, C company. I didn't know. Jesus, I don't know. And so my imagination was it that before the guns were pointing down the ground, and now everybody's stopped. And the guys kind of idly point the guns up. And it's a little bit closer to see than I'm a German. And so I took the blade up against bareheaded. Bareheaded, and I'm sitting there. Oh, cool. So the guy yelled again, and I could think of no answer. I put my hand up and it says, bye, it's like I can't hear him, That's the end of the line. Now, definitely they halted. And the two guys came up like this with the Schmeisers pointing at me. And they were definitely pointing at me, not in the ground. And it's because they asked again, and twice I didn't answer. So at this end of the line, I just put the gun, bang, I got the guy with the knife. And then I didn't try to fire. I'm going to kill me. That's it. But I fired, dropped the gun, wheeled, and tore away, and waited for the shots that never come. What happened? I figured when I shot, the rest just flew. I didn't know that. Expected because they figured I'm the point man. But on the point, when I shot along the platoon, and they just all done. So I'm running one way and they're running the other. And I ran and ran and ran. I didn't have the gun, I left everything. And I just followed it. And I'm going as fast as I can go until my lungs burst and I fell down and I guess I passed out. I was just laying there. I don't know if I fell asleep or passed out or in a car since I left. And I hear a motor coming. Oh, that road had made a bend. When I'm running, or else I run crooked in my panic because now I'm from here to the bed from the road. I'm very close to the road. And I have my head down and I hear this motor coming and then they come by me. Wait, I'm afraid to look, afraid to raise my head up. And I get imagination. And there's these crowds sitting there. They're going to beat all me now. Finally, I picked up, holy Christ, it's American chief. The lieutenant is lost, as usual. He's sitting there lost. The lieutenant is driving. I let out yell, get me the hell out of here. And I run for his Jeep, but he turned around and shot me. And unfortunately, he missed. He had a carbine shot. I jumped on. I said, go, go, go. Turn, Jeep. They panked, turn, get going, get going. Oh, he was on a recon. He was in the right way. Man, I had him going, and he just had that guy going. I'm hanging on, and I'm in the back seat, tearing open rations, stay rations. He got about 5 miles, and he said, hey, who the hell are you? where the hell did you come from? And I said, I'm an escaped prisoner, and there's none but crowds down there. They moved out in the night. I heard them move out in the night, and they moved down this road behind it. And so he got me there and turned me in. And he turned me in. And then a nice incident of this. When I tell them where I was, they don't believe me. I tell my story, they don't believe me. And so, well, the G2, wise guys, intelligence. So I'm getting sick of this. I tell them over and over. You said you came through Castle? I said, yes. When? Yesterday. You were in Castle? Yes. I'm telling you, I was in there. And you walked out again? I walked out again. He said, what did you see in there? I said, troops digging in and tanks. How many tanks? I just looked at the guy. I said, do you think that I was sitting there counting tanks? When I see one man, I run. I run as far away as I can. How I did not count tanks. Finally, the guy says, then they said, what division were you with? And I said, 4th Armored Division. And they said, who was the commanding general? And I said, it was Major General Wood. They looked at each other. Said, let's see, I know it's been relieved a year ago. Then once of those crowds would know that. He don't command that no more. But he doesn't command that 4th Army anymore. So I got mad. I said, no more questions. Just call me Herman the German. I want some sea rations. I don't want to talk to nobody. No. I've said my last. I want sea rations. That's it. Lots of them. They took me down in a wine cellar at Gooseberry Jail and locked me up. I kept screaming for sea rations. They gave me some. I just sat there and gobbled. And it looked like I'm looking at the world through rose-colored glasses. And finally, an hour or so, another major walked in. And he said, where did you say you were? I said, I told him, Herman the German. No more questions. I've told it enough times already. He says, they said you said you're in Pennsylvania. And I said, that's right, Pennsylvania. He says, where in Pennsylvania? I said, a small town in Pennsylvania. Where? I said, near Erie. Where near Erie? Finally, I said, Kane. Oh, Kane, Pennsylvania. And he said, when were you last there? And I said, 1940. And he says, you hunted there? Oh, and he says, what do they do there? I said, besides hunting fish? And he kind of grinned and says, yeah. I said, were you there when we were there? And I said, 1940. He said, did you hunt there in 1940? And I said, yes, I did. He said, what kind of a deer season do they have? And I said, open season, buck or doe. Let this guy out. He's a guy. Turns out the guy hunted in Kane, and he rented a cabin from a guy I knew down in North Kane Road, about 5 miles away. Willington's Camp. When he mentioned, I said, that's when he started laughing. But yeah. He says, I rented that camp that year in 1940. It was 4 years ago, so I've been laughs. I've been home. Except the brief trip I told you for 1 day. 42 or 43. Anyhow, that's how I got to the line. Now, since we're going to have time,
We've got about 5 minutes on this tape.
What happened then was I went, they had the Cannonball Express, they call it, where they were pouring stuff in, pouring it in, and the empties was going back night and day. I get on there with some sea rations and go to Paris. Now, when I get to like a dummy, I get to what's the town? Luxembourg, little country in Luxembourg. I see a Red Cross thing in there. I run in and write a female below for the mail, and jumps back on the next truck, ends up in Paris. And so when I gave this little speech about back in Paris, I gave this little speech about the meat
Mhm. The butchering.
the butchering, and they allowed the press to say that part, put in the papers. The rest they had me briefed privately. That that incident about the pig, something it was just broadcast back in the States, UPS or APS. It was a UPS or APS, whatever. What happens in our hometown? Friend of Lola's knows us both. Know that I was supposed to be done, and she was. He gets over the wire. There's a Jim Weaver in Paris, something about a pig from Kenya. And they had my serial number. I think the guy's serial number that reported. So he didn't want to get Lola's hopes up or anything. He just called her on the phone one day. He says, Lola, do you know Jim's serial number? She says, well, of course. He says, read it to me. She knows. I asked her the other day, and she knows. She says, yeah, 203-12625. He says, well, I don't like to get you. I can't understand this, but there can't be two Jim Weavers from Kane, PA. And there's a guy in a hotel at Eisenhower's headquarters just come out of German, so garbled up something about a pig. So she was, well, it must be out. And what happened was here, no official announcement, no nothing. And so, on 3 or 4 days run by, and here comes a female. Funny. Well, she asked the Department of the Army, and they said, send that down to the email. She sent the email, then they sent back a telegram. Verified. He's returned to Allied control. So,
They